Chapter 23:13. The Blue Dragon. The azure dragon image was eye-catching and clear. Unlike the dragon images of the past, the azure dragon image behind Xiao Chen looked very realistic. The scales were lifelike, and the fine details could be seen clearly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, and it was vivid and lifelike. The pure royal blue dragon's dragon might made Xiao Chen look like a living ancient divine dragon behind him. This was the effect of the 10,000 dragons art breaking through to the third layer. The 10,000 dragons merged into one, and the royal genealogical record of Xiao Chen's true name. The moment this blue dragon appeared, all the princes and guests in the core region could not help looking over. The royal blue dragon's dragon might spread to every corner. It was like water or mist, real and ethereal. After the dragon might entered the bodies of the various cultivators, it brought fear and trembling. It was hard not to notice it. This, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, who had agreed to attack Wang Fei together with the 8th prince, were stunned. Their bloodlines were noble, far surpassing those of ordinary Great Desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents. They were very clear on how extraordinary Xiao Chen's dragon might was. A mixed blood dragon? Is this really a mixed blood dragon? I don't believe it. The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. His grade 7 Silver Dragon bloodline actually felt some fear. It was like the Silver Dragon King wanted to see a dragon, wanting to kneel and prostrate. This was extremely absurd. Although the other divine beast bloodline outstanding talents also felt fear in the depths of their hearts, they were not as fearful as the dragon race cultivators. Azure? Could it be that lost divine dragon bloodline? Sikong Shu thought of some secret records in the Bushan Palace. His expression changed, becoming uncertain. The sovereign emperor powerhouses in the palace clearly noticed the difference in the azure dragon image behind Xiao Chen. Interesting. This is already the dragon might of a king divine dragon. However, the 6-color divine dragons do not have a blue dragon. There were rumors in the past that the divine dragons had 7-color divine dragons 50,000 years ago. However, it seems like someone purposely erased these rumors. Even the various holy lands only have scattered records, so no one knows what happened. Who in this martial epic is so capable? You can force the various superpowers to make this a taboo? Strange things have happened one after another in this year's Crown Prince selection. I wonder what kind of omen this is. The various feudal lords and aristocratic family bigwigs were puzzled. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. There were also some big shots who wore grave expressions and did not dare to speak. Although the blue dragon's past was not a taboo, the factions that had existed for tens of thousands of years still knew about it. They also knew who had erased the news. This was the horrifying existence that stood at the peak of the martial epoch, the one that no one dared to talk about or defy. But now, the blue dragon bloodline, which had been wiped out by that person, actually had a survivor. How could these people who knew the secret not feel terrified and uneasy, not daring to say anything? When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor saw the azure-colored dragon image in the palace in the clouds, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he smiled calmly and said, "The martial epoch is indeed at its end." Even the race that person personally wiped out reappeared. How weak is he now? However, the Yen Emperor, who was restrained by a group of elders, could not smile. It looked like the Yenwu dynasty could not avoid the great calamity that the hidden spirit temple's abbot mentioned. Damn it, why do these people think that the demonic Dao Hall will listen to their whims? Inside the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his body. Waves roared in his vast divine energy sea, forming thousands of different dragon images. Xiao Chen did not give Wang Fei a chance to attack again. The instant the azure-colored dragon image appeared, he soared into the air. Boom! Countless dragon images shot out of Xiao Chen's divine energy sea and entered the azure-colored dragon image. The dragon might of the azure-colored dragon image behind Xiao Chen soared. Its ferocious roar shook the surroundings. 10,000 dragons returned to one. As Xiao Chen soared into the air, he gently stomped on the dynasty's sword chi that Xiao Suo and the other 4 blocked. Cracks already appeared in the dynasty's sword chi. It was like Xiao Chen had turned into a blue dragon. When he stomped, the towering azure-colored dragon image merged with him, and the dragon claw attached to his leg. When Xiao Chen stomped, it looked like an ancient blue dragon had clawed at this sword light materialized by the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations. Ka-ca. The sword light, which already cracked in the first place, instantly shattered. A dynasty turned to ashes before everyone's shocked gazes. Pu-ci. Above the altar, the originally unrestrained, unruly, and arrogant first prince vomited blood and fell heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. The holy light that was as resplendent as the sun dimmed at an unbelievable speed. The kingship Dao was like this. The first prince could grow stronger quickly and weaken even faster. The somewhat dumbfounded Wang Fei kept falling, his mind blank. First prince, don't panic. While his stomp looked casual, he actually stored up power for a long time. He will not be able to unleash such a horrifying strike within a short time. Quickly destroy the remaining 2 altars while the kingship Dao's might is still resplendent. At the crucial moment, Lord Shi's voice was like a hammer to Wang Fei's head, rousing him to his senses. Right, that's right. I still have a chance. If I want to make up for my current injuries, I have to continue plundering. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Wang Fei revealed a crazed expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to fall off the altar, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die. The originally tyrannical words that Wang Fei roared out sounded somewhat tragic and crazy in his mouth. The resplendent holy light materialized by the kingship Dao on the altar suddenly extinguished. Wang Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. When he thrust his sword, he used his great Dao energy, divine energy, soul energy, everything he had on this final sword strike. After Wang Fei sent out this sword strike, he seemed to age 100 years. His eyes turned scarlet. He forced himself into a desperate situation. Xiao. The dynasty sword light that burst out of the Yan imperial sword split into 2, charging towards the altars of the 6th prince and the 11th prince. The 2 streams of dynasty's sword light carried Wang Fei's everything, his will, his ambition, his madness, and even his life. It was even stronger than the sword light that the 9th prince faced earlier. The expressions of the 11th prince and the 6th prince changed dramatically. Their faces turned the color of chicken liver at the same time. He was still thinking that the 9th prince would block the sword for him and buy some time for the 2 of them, which was why he was secretly delighted. But now, he even had the thought of dying. The earlier scene proved that the first prince was terrifyingly strong. Just his aura alone rivaled that of a peak 7-veined sovereign emperor. However, this also meant that he wasn't so strong that he was unreasonable and undefeatable. As long as the brothers were of one mind, had the courage to go through life and death together, had the courage to press forward with indomitable will, and had the incessant boiling blood, they would be able to withstand this sword. However, the 11th prince and the 6th prince could not afford to bet on it. Their guests could not be as determined as Xiao Suo and the others. No one dared to be sure that the others would not abandon them. If they tried to forcefully receive the sword, they would end up dying miserably. The 2 did not dare to bet on it. They said unwillingly at nearly the same time, retreat. Boom! In an instant, the 2 altars shattered, and 2 shockingly large amounts of dragon essence surged out. 2 startlingly vast dragon essence surged towards Wang Fei like a hurricane. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wang Fei stopped falling amid maniacal laughter and slowly rose up. The originally extinguished holy light on the altar flared up with an even more resplendent light. This sword strike not only allowed Wang Fei to return to his peak but also brought him to a higher level. We can't wait anymore. Kill. The 8th prince and the 13th prince, who had been watching, paled in fright when they saw this scene. They no longer dared to wait. They had to fight to the death. They had already reached a point where only one side could survive. The first prince had already forced them to the edge of a cliff. They had to fight even if they did not want to. Wang Fei smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. He said indifferently, "Block them." The mysterious man, Shi, waved his sleeve, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black-Faced Holy Daughter led a few demonic Tao experts over. A frenzied battle between sovereign emperors instantly started at lightning speed. Be it the 8th Prince's subordinates, the Divine Sword Pavilions Dao Yen and the Profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenrenyu, or the 13th Prince's subordinates, the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, they could all be considered super experts. They possessed extremely horrifying strength. Any one of them could turn the ancient Yen Emperor tomb upside down. Now, these people worked together to charge at the first prince. At this point, the succession race had slowly spiraled out of control, inspiring fear in the spectators for some reason. Xiao Chen, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when I could break through the shackles of my King Dao domain. Wang Fei, whose strength had clearly improved, smiled as he looked at Xiao Chen. However, an extremely cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Big brother, Xiao Sua, who had already landed on the altar, looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly. Xiao Sua's entire body was covered in wounds. His right arm was nearly crippled as it swayed weakly. Wu Meng and the others paled as they supported Xiao Sua. They were in a similarly bad state. Xiao Chen, who had the blue dragon wrapped around him, looked at Wang Fei expressionlessly. His thoughts raced. This Wang Fei was indeed a ruthless person. In a sure-death situation, he actually tried to escape death. When facing a stronger opponent, Xiao Chen could not think of any other way to fight aside from drawing Heavenly Slayer, not to mention the Dragon's Gate forbidden art. However, Xiao Chen had already drawn Heavenly Slayer to help Wang Yan out earlier, draining most of his divine energy and soul energy. Shattering Heavenly Slayer with his foot had drained him significantly as well. Xiao Chen had not recovered yet. If he drew Heavenly Slayer, a soul tool that rivaled a superior grade soul tool, he would definitely overdraw on his physical body and injure his foundations. Furthermore, even if he drew Heavenly Slayer, his chances of victory were only 50%. Should I draw this saber or not? Draw. Xiao Chen, who was conflicted in his mind, made his decision without hesitation. Heavenly Slayer reappeared in his hand. Then, he held it horizontally in front of Xiao Chen, grasping its hilt. Big brother, you can't draw the saber anymore. Xiao Sua shouted hoarsely, his expression changing slightly when he saw the situation on the altar. A soul tool. The word forbidden distinguished it from ordinary secret treasures. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, he would have drawn his saber long ago and killed until the sky turned dark. In the holy flame, Wang Yan, who was anxiously refining his Yen Imperial sword, opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen's actions, his expression changed dramatically. You can't, however, right after Wang Yan spoke, a saber light interrupted him. Then, Wang Yan drew Heavenly Slayer. The dazzling saber light looked like the blazing sun. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, the sky shattered by 3 meters. Bearing the honor of the ruler, I draw my saber for the ruler. Chapter 23:14. Bearing the loyalty of a ruler, I draw my saber for a ruler. Right after Wang Fei spoke, he completely drew Heavenly Slayer. Heavenly Slayer, which rivaled a superior grade soul tool, was forged from demonic tribulation lightning metal and infused with the ancient Thunder Dragon True Soul. It was perfectly compatible with Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao, containing the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If Xiao Chen drove Heavenly Slayer at full power, it could destroy the sky, make the sun and moon dim, and make the stars fall. Xiao Chen had already demonstrated its unparalleled might once. When he drew Heavenly Slayer, he killed 5 princes with 1 saber strike. Once the Heavenly Dao's killing intent was brought out, it would not kill but injure. When Xiao Chen sensed the vast energy contained in the saber, he infused his soul energy and divine energy into it, not holding back at all as he drove this saber with all his might. The withdrawn Heavenly Dao's killing intent immediately manifested, spreading out in the sky, ready to be unleashed. Kill. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen held the saber in his hand and turned into a flash of purple electric light, appearing around Wang Fei. Good move. I'll make sure you never return. Wang Fei worried that he would not be able to take the initiative to fight Xiao Chen after he left the altar's dragon luck. Who could have imagined that the other party would use a soul tool to charge over? If this was not seeking death, what was? In this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, no soul tool could compare to the sovereign Dao Yan imperial sword in his hand. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, Xiao Chen brought out his saber techniques to their fullest. In an instant, Xiao Chen exchanged hundreds of moves. His saber aura firmly suppressed Wang Fei. Before Xiao Chen, Wang Fei's sword techniques were riddled with openings. In just a few breaths, Wang Fei's body was covered in wounds. He bled profusely, covered in the marks left by Heavenly Slayer. However, Wang Fei did not care. His injuries healed at a visible pace, and he instantly recovered. He instantly recovered to his original state. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not cower in the slightest. Humph. It is impossible for you to kill me in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I already obtained the acknowledgement of the dynasty's dragon vein. My great Tao perfectly merged with the dragon vein. Here, I am heaven. Wang Fei ignored his horrifying injuries. Despite clearly being at a disadvantage, he continued suppressing Xiao Chen. Amid the maniacal laughter, the dragon image materialized by the dynasty's dragon vein appeared arrogant and despotic, baring its fangs and claws. They clashed with the azure dragon around Xiao Chen, fighting each other. The two of them fought in the sky. The azure dragon image and the golden dragon bloodline incarnation covered the entire sky of the core region. It covered the vast starry sky, triggering boundless phenomena. Gales, lightning, and thunder rumbled without end. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party held too much of an advantage in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen had perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein, already gaining the acknowledgement of this world. Now, he could use the Yanwu dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years at any time. As he said, stabbing him 1,000 times would be no different from scratching an itch as long as he wasn't heavily injured. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the other party's sword, even his blue dragon divine body might not be able to withstand it. This situation was simply like cheating. If not for Tian's Slayer clashing with the other party's Yan Imperial sword, Xiao Chen would not be able to fight such an enemy. He could only stay far away. All he needed to do was wait for a sure kill opening. With Heavenly Slayer in his hands, there was hope. The battle between the two was already intense enough. However, the battle below was even more bloody and brutal. The 8th Prince's and the 13th Prince's guests charged towards the altar at the same time. The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black Lotus Church Holy Son led people to block them. Close to 40 Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors attacked frantically. There was no lack of super experts like Dao Yan, Wenren Yu, the Silver Dragon King, and Sikong Shu. In the chaotic battle, killing moves and soul tools appeared. Great desolate Aeon bloodlines were activated, and boundless demonic chi surged out. At this point, the succession race already concerned life and death, honor and honor. The 8th Prince and the 13th Prince had to gamble everything for that tiny chance. The two's obsession and desire for the Crown Prince far surpassed that of the other princes. Naturally, their guests were not willing to lose. Dao Yan, who comprehended an ice-small world, relied on his 10th layer Dao domain to move about without fear, advancing rapidly. No one could match him more than 3 times. Just when Dao Yan thought that he could charge over, a monk with handsome features and a lotus-like air stopped him. A monk with delicate features and a lotus-like air stopped Xiao Chen. This was the former Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Ming Xian. Scram! Dao Yan showed a cold and emotionless expression as he threw a palm strike. A soul-deep chill surged out. A 10th layer Dao domain was extremely horrifying. A regular Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor would find it hard to block this move. Their Dao domains would instantly shatter. Secret technique. Destroy. Ming Xian did not panic. He placed his thumb on the tip of his index finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then, he gently pushed forward. Immediately, boundless Buddhist might surged over and extinguished the incoming chill, regardless of whether it was materialized or directed at the soul. Dao Yen felt slightly stunned. When he saw the indistinct Black Lotus Church venerate image behind Ming Xian, he suddenly understood. So, it is a sinful disciple of the Buddhist sect. Humph. Originally, Dao Yen planned to use his ice small world on the mysterious black-clad man who had yet to make a move. Dao Yen snorted coldly, and the ice small world appeared, encasing Ming Xian. Ming Xian looked around. He could clearly see the figures of the others in the surroundings. However, he could clearly feel that there was a hazy boundary between him and these people. It was like they were in two different worlds. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ming Xian felt immense pressure from the world. It was like the world rejected Ming Xian, feeling incredibly unbearable. His Dao domain was completely suppressed. His soul energy and divine energy were restricted, unable to circulate smoothly. 10th layer Dao domain, how horrifying. Ming Xian carefully sensed the various discomforts in his body. However, he did not show any panic on his face. Before Dao Yan's strange gaze, Ming Xian pointed at his forehead. Immediately, a swastika appeared on his forehead. Those who oppose me will live. Whoosh. After the swastika reversed, the originally golden Buddhist light instantly turned black, and its Buddhist might became even stronger. An ancient Buddhist light traveled from the distant past, breaking the restrictions of the small world and landing on Ming Xian. The various discomforts instantly vanished. Then, Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, with the support of this Buddhist light, even if I cannot defeat you, it is more than enough to block you. That will have to be tested before we know. Dao Yen showed a sullen expression. However, he was not satisfied with being blocked. Intense battles took place around the altar. The two princes worked together, carrying the momentum of a storm, wanting to destroy the first prince's altar in one go. Wang Fei sent out all the demonic Dao experts under him. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It looked like he would slowly fall into a disadvantage. However, she still did not intend to make a move. He swept his gaze around and looked into the distance. Damn it. Yan Sangming cursed in his heart when he felt she's gaze. Then, he looked at the sixth prince beside him and said, Your Highness, you no longer have a chance. Please forgive this humble one for offending you. I have to follow the agreement and help the first prince ascend to the throne. Sorry for offending. Before the sixth prince could answer, Yan Sangming led Jin Yuan and the many abyssal underworld experts far away. Wang Ming was stunned, his expression extremely unsightly. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so unreliable. Yan Sangming did not stand a chance at all before being abandoned. Wang Ming's expression flickered. He felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not do anything in the end. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Yan Sangming. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chen bought time for Wang Yan. He took the initiative to draw his saber and clash with the insufferably arrogant Wang Fei. If the battle was too intense, Xiao Chen would not be able to interfere or help. However, the two princes clearly held the advantage. As long as they destroyed the altar, they could resolve Xiao Chen's predicament. Even if Xiao Chen could not block everyone, he could at least block Yan Sangming. Jin Yuan, bring them over to help. Leave this to me. Yan Sangming instructed with a calm expression. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. Jin Yuan did not say a word. He led the other abyssal underworld sovereign emperors to the altar to help Wang Fei. Although Yan Sangming had arrived, the appearance of Jin Yuan's group greatly eased the pressure on the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun and the others. The slightly suppressed situation actually flipped around. The situation instantly turned for the better. Bang! Yan Sangming and Lin Feng brought out their Death Dao domains to their limits. Dense black dragon patterns appeared on their faces. When their auras reached their peak, they instantly attacked and then retreated. A black state of death floated around the two, forming thousands of dark underworld flowers. Lin Feng looked at the black patterns swimming around his palm, feeling startled. To think that Yan Sungming's strength has already reached such a level. Senior brother, you are not a match for me. Move aside. Yan Sungming revealed a distant gaze on his calm face, not showing much hatred or hatred. Yan Sungming continued in a somewhat hoarse voice, the gap between us can no longer be described with cultivation. I already touched the origin of death. I am one of the players in this situation, but you are just a pawn. Given the situation, if you insist on going your own way, you will end up like Xiao Chen when he draws his saber again. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was here on Swearen Ji's orders to represent the Heavenly Alliance to help the 11th Prince. Lin Feng did not know about the deeper clash and chess game of the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This succession race already touches on the direction of the epic cycle. It is not something you can understand. Yan Sungming showed a stern expression. A vast and distant aura appeared in his eyes, like a boundless sea. Lin Feng smiled and said, I do not understand. I only know that Xiao Chen is my friend. With you joining, the two princes will definitely lose. Since I want to help him, naturally, I have to stop you. You say that I do not understand, but how could I? I have always been your beloved junior brother. Yan Sungming looked up. Wang Fei held the upper hand, like the heavenly Tao existed. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's aura was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. As this continued, danger loomed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, it does not matter. When he chose to draw his saber again, he was destined to die today. This is fate. Whether you stop me or not, it will not change anything. I have a saber that can cleanse everything and illuminate 3 lifetimes. Just at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A blue lotus bloomed under Xiao Chen's feet. Time seemed to change as Xiao Chen's figure split into 3. Each figure sent out a saber and pierced Wang Fei's chest. The 3 figures represented the past, the present, and the future. The 3 sabers intersected and slowly destroyed the first prince's vast life force. No matter how the dragon vein supported it, it could not reverse the situation. Wang Fei revealed an extremely incredulous expression. He could not understand how he got struck. Chapter 23:15. Cleansing the glory, illuminating 3 lives. 3 saber lights intersected above the altar illuminated by resplendent holy light and pierced through Wang Fei. Wang Fei's life force drained at a visible rate. No matter how much the dynasty's dragon vein replenished it with dragon essence, it could not slow down the loss of life force. The 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other as many scenes flashed. These were Xiao Chen's present, past, and future. However, the scenes were blurry and distorted, disappearing in a flash. One could not clearly see what was happening. No one had expected such a scene. From the very start, Xiao Chen did not hold the advantage against Wang Fei, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Practically no one felt that they could defeat Wang Fei. Even if they could not kill him. However, Wang Fei was about to die now. This was real, not faked at all. Damn it. How can it be like this? How did Wang Fei die? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was stupefied in the palace in the clouds. A flustered expression flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Fei still showed signs of life, given their cultivation, they could tell that he was already dead. The instant the 3 saber lights intersected, Wang Fei died. Right now, the dynasty's dragon vein was using its supreme dragon essence to forcibly extend Wang Fei's life. However, this was like filling a bottomless bottle with water. No matter how much water one had, one could not fill the bottle to the brim. In the end, it would empty. Imperial Ancestor, the other elders showed flustered expressions. They looked at the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor at a loss, clearly asking what they should do if Wang Fei died. In their plan, Wang Fei's death wasn't part of it. With the dynasty's dragon vein supporting him, he was an unrivaled existence in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He was the heavens of that world. How could he die at the hands of others? With Wang Fei's death, the imperial ancestral temple's many plans could not be carried out. The suppressed Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes as the Yan imperial sword in his hand trembled slightly. He could already draw his sword again. However, the Yan Emperor's face turned ashen. He had no desire to draw his sword at all. His heart remained deathly still, not having any thoughts. The Yan Emperor should hate Xiao Chen. However, he could not do so. It was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor and the others who pushed Wang Fei to the edge of the abyss. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were his uncles. Similarly, he could not hate them. Right now, he was the loser. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were also the losers. Is the Yanwu dynasty really unable to avoid a calamity? Thinking of this, the Yan Emperor could not help but close his eyes in despair, feeling disheartened. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the group of great perfection sovereign emperors fighting stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at Wang Fei, who had been pierced by 3 sabers, with some confusion. Big brother is going to die? The expressions of the 8th prince and the 13th prince changed slightly as joy and surprise appeared in their eyes. With the death of the eldest prince, that great threat would be completely eliminated. His subordinates would also be forcefully teleported out. At that time, the position of crown prince would only be between the two of them. No, there was another person, Wang Feng said indifferently, the next one has to be 9th brother. You don't have any objections, right? The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled coldly and said, that's exactly what I wanted. The two did not feel any heartache over Wang Fei's death. Instead, they quickly set their sights on their next competitor. The coldness of the two was startling. Right now, only the 9th prince was still refining the Yan imperial sword. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the 9th prince would be the only one left. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, he could become the first prince. This? Yan Sangming, who was conversing with Lin Feng, felt greatly startled, his expression changing dramatically. Yan Sangming raised his eyebrows and looked at Lord Shi in the distance. Lord Shi still showed a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. You are very surprised. It looks like Wang Fei really did not deserve to die. Lin Feng keenly noticed Yan Sangming's expression. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. Yan Sangming withdrew his gaze and said after some thought, if that person is willing, no one can kill Wang Fei. Since Wang Fei is dead, it means that the first prince no longer has any value. Senior brother, I can no longer understand this Go puzzle. If possible, I hope that you can help me at the crucial moment. Stand in the shoes of a flood dragon human and help my junior brother. The world is about to undergo a great change. My flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Whoosh! Yan Sangming sent a voice projection to Lin Feng. After saying that, his figure flashed far away, leaving the somewhat confused Lin Feng behind. The world is about to undergo a great change. The flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Senior brother, you have to help me. Yan Sangming's words lingered in Lin Feng's mind as he entered deep thought. Most importantly, who was the person that Yan Sangming mentioned? Based on that person's tone, even Lin Feng felt reverence. Who exactly is this person? Who is so horrifying? Whoosh! Xiao Chen's 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other, and many scenes flashed by. The scenes all showed Xiao Chen's past, present, and future. However, the scenes were distorted and blurry, appearing and disappearing in a flash. A scarlet flame shot over. The demon blood vulture descended from the sky and caught the swaying Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and held the wound on his chest, appearing pale. That earlier saber strike was the 3-life flower and not the 3-life flower. Xiao Qin used the state of cycle to drive the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to execute the three-life flower. Xiao Qin traveled to the past and the future, merging the three saber strikes into one. Wang Fei, who revealed an opening, would die for sure. Originally, Xiao Qin wanted to execute the stronger colorless killing. However, merciless killing was hard to control, and he was not confident of success. Hence, he could only settle for the next best thing, executing the more mature three-life flower. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the first prince, who was one with the world. No matter how severely injured he was, Wang Fei could rely on his horrifying dragon essence to instantly recover. He had a nearly undying body. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not relax at all. The instant Xiao Chen executed the three-life flower, he felt a horrifying killing intent. The fear that killing intent brought was something he had never felt before. Xiao Chen nearly could not execute it successfully. He even thought of giving up. However, that person seemed to have confirmed something. His killing intent suddenly vanished, and he successfully executed the three-life flower. What did he confirm? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After he confirmed that my saber strike could kill Wang Fei, he chose to give up. That's right. That must be it. If my saber strike could only severely injure Wang Fei, he would have made a move to block it. If I could kill Wang Fei, he would have chosen to give up and reap the benefits. There was only one explanation. Xiao Qin could not kill Wang Fei, who was one with the world, in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he had to pay a huge price to do so, which was why he sent me to kill Wang Fei. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the black-clad Shi, who wore a mask over his left eye, below the altar. Many doubts flashed in his eyes. However, even though someone used him, Xiao Chen did not feel any regret in his heart. Xiao Chen had three purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He wanted to help Wang Yan become the crown prince and wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear. He had never told anyone about his third purpose, only hiding it deep in his heart. However, he had never forgotten it. It was like a sharp knife carving into his heart. Kill Wang Fei. Wang Fei had to die. He had to pay the price for his little martial nephew, Ling Yu's death. Even if Xiao Chen had to face the boundless pursuit of the entire imperial ancestral temple, he had to kill Wang Fei. On that day, the scene of Ling Yu committing suicide made Xiao Chen swear in his heart that he had waited for this day for a long time. Wang Fei's body fell off the altar. When he felt his life force ebbing like sand, his eyes filled with despair. Dissatisfaction. He was not willing to die like this. When Wang Fei saw Shi below the altar, a trace of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. This man, whom he could not see through, possessed horrifying strength. Perhaps he had a chance. Lord Shi, save me. If I die, you will not have a chance either. Wang Fei muttered as he looked at Shi with hope. She said calmly, Sorry, Your Highness, you are already dead. Even a true god cannot save you. No. Wang Fei shouted in despair as he grasped his Yan imperial sword helplessly. However, no matter how much despair he felt, he could not change the reality. The instant he landed, his body scattered like sand. Everyone in and out of the area watched this scene incredulously. The insufferably arrogant Wang Fei, who had merged with the dynasty's dragon veins and could be said to be unrivaled, died just like that. Not even dregs remained. The person that everyone thought would become the crown prince was gone, just like that. Hiss. After the first prince died, the figures of his guests flickered continuously. This was the rule of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After a prince died, his guests could no longer remain in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, just as these people's figures slowly turned blurry, the black-clad masked man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the first prince's Yan imperial sword. Whoosh! The sword immediately burst forth with a soaring demonic light, turning the entire sky dark. The azure lotus holy sun and the others' figures turned blurry. The instant the black-clad masked man grabbed the Yan imperial sword, he forcibly pulled them back. The Yen Imperial Sword is rather impressive. That's not right, it should be called the Demonic Imperial Sword now. She ferociously tore off his black robes, revealing the noble and evil dragon robes inside. That was the Shuawu dynasty's dragon robes. She tossed the black robes into the air and turned into a blood moon rising into the sky. Chapter 23:16. The blood moon formed by the black robes rose increasingly higher. In mere moments, it was as high as the sky. Pitch-black demonic chi covered the sky, and the blood moon appeared indistinct in the demonic fog. Everyone could not tell whether this was the ancient Yen Emperor tomb or the Blood Moon dynasty's boundless demonic domain. Before one wave settled, another wave rose in the succession race. Everyone knew that most of the retainers under the first prince were from the Devil Dao. After all, while the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders colluded with the demonic Dao to keep the hidden spirit temple in check, it was not unknown. At the very least, the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses present knew some clues. If the weak royal clan did not want to be controlled by others, they could only use a strategy to keep each other in check. However, based on the current situation, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders seemed to have gone overboard. The demonic Dao people were not in their grasp. The expressions of the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses immediately changed slightly. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do you think the situation is like? A feudal lord asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The succession race had already gone out of control. These feudal lords all felt somewhat uneasy. The royal clan seemed to be losing control of the situation. The Soaring Dragon Marquis frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, "Let's wait and see. The Imperial Palace is where the luck of the entire dynasty lies. The royal clan has operated here for more than 100,000 years. Even if a foe god descends, he would not dare to be impudent here." Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis said that, he still felt that something was wrong, as the Yen Emperor had not appeared yet. Inside the palace in the clouds, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked to a corner. A pitch-black figure stood in front of him. It was just an image, but everyone could feel the overwhelming demonic might in its eyes. The two quickly conversed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally nodded helplessly. When the image vanished, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression returned to normal as he slowly walked forward. The clouds in front slowly vanished. It looked like the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was about to walk to the platform. The tightly shut Yen Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you speaking to?" The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor paused for a moment but did not leave. After a while, his figure appeared before the many powerhouses in the palace. As he stood in the clouds, he said, "Everyone, don't panic. Everything in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb is under the royal clan's control. The succession race will proceed as planned. It's the ancestor." Seeing the patriarch appear, the various feudal vassals and aristocratic families felt slightly relieved. Since the grand ancestor had said so, there was nothing to worry about. After all, this was an important place in the imperial palace, and the dynasty had 100,000 years of accumulation. However, the battle for the crown prince position was even more complicated and confusing, making it even more difficult to predict. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. She held the mutated demonic imperial sword and revealed a baffling smile under the blood moon. Behind him stood the Black Lotus Saint, the Azure Lotus Saintess, and many demonic Dao experts. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, causing them to frown. The 8th prince and the 13th prince stood together. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what this person wanted to do. What was even more confusing was how Shao Chen could hold the Yen imperial sword in first brother's hand. There were too many strange things. Both of them felt a trace of uneasiness, and they faintly sensed that the competition for the crown prince position had changed. When Shao Chen looked up at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. It was like the Blood Moon dynasty had already occupied this place. What kind of agreement did first brother make with the Imperial Ancestral Temple? To think that they brought such a monster into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He no longer dared to act rashly. Wang Feng said softly, just wait and see. If he only wants to wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear, the situation will not be that bad. The best guess was that this person was only interested in the ethereal immortal palace. The worst-case scenario was unimaginable. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King showed grave expressions as they looked at the blood moon above. The Silver Dragon King sent a voice projection. This person is called Shi. He is the first prince of the Shuowu dynasty. At the same time, the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master thinks highly of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become the new demon monarch and control the entire demonic Dao. It looks like he is determined to obtain the ethereal immortal palace. Sikong Shu replied calmly, it is not that simple. There are many factions of the demonic Dao entangling with him. For him to be able to unite the Black Lotus Church and the Azure Lotus Church under him, it means that he is very ambitious. This time, it's not as simple as the Misty Palace of Immortals. Whoosh! On the demon blood vulture, Shao Chen, who was anxiously treating his injuries, sensed a figure descend. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had been hiding somewhere. Then, he appeared and landed beside Shao Chen. Chu Chaoyun stared at Shi, who was below. After some thought, he said, this is really unexpected. I thought that after killing the first prince, he would be no longer a threat. Now, I can't figure out what he is trying to do. You can't figure it out? Actually, it is very simple. Ships come and go in the surging sea, all for the sake of profit. Putting aside the minor details, he used me to kill the first prince. Clearly, he wants to obtain the greatest benefit, to replace the first prince. Shao Chen made a bold prediction that no one dared to think of. This startled Chu Chaoyun, not daring to reply. The Yanwu dynasty had existed for more than 100,000 years. Its territory was vast, and its accumulations were deep. Shao Chen alone wanted to take over the entire Yanwu dynasty. This was a pipe dream, too exaggerated. Isn't this a little too inconceivable? Chu Chaoyun said with some uncertainty after a pause. After all, Ruoshi was only doing this for the ethereal immortal palace. There was no need to expose her identity. It would be better to let the first prince block the spear. Aside from the various possibilities, there is only one possibility left. No matter how incredible it is the truth. Do you know who else stands behind me, aside from the Heavenly Alliance? Who? Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows. He had long sensed that Shao Chen knew something that he did not. The Hidden Spirit Temple. If not for the Hidden Spirit Temple's help, my strength would not have improved before the succession race. This game of chess is no longer as simple as the succession race. In the current martial epoch, the 8 super factions are all here. They all have their own plans and backup plans. There was one more thing that Shao Chen did not say. Back then, in the Hidden Spirit Temple, Sword God Su Hanshan and the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang were there at the same time. Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? The strongest person of the Sword Dao and the strongest person of the Saber Dao appeared at the Hidden Spirit Temple at the same time. From the very start, this game of chess used the entire martial epoch as the chessboard. A bright light flickered in Shao Chen's eyes. When he looked around, he saw Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King standing proudly in the Bushan Palace, enduring silently. The profound Heaven Holy Land's Wen Ren Yu stood silently behind Dao Yen with his zither on his back. The underworld god halls Yen Sungming and Jin Yuan looked like they were on the same side as the demonic Dao cultivators. However, upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat distant. There is one more person. Shao Chen looked around but could not find the person in his heart. He frowned heavily and said softly. There is one more person? Chu Chaoyun felt confused, not knowing who Shao Chen was referring to. Shao Chen did not answer. He looked around but still could not find that person. He did not know where that person was hiding. However, Shao Chen knew that that person had to be here, in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Otherwise, that person would not have asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking as resplendent as fire. She, who wore dragon robes, tightly grasped the demonic imperial sword. When he sensed that the sword in his hand had completely turned into the demonic imperial sword, he opened his eyes. His left and right eyes were different, adding a sinister air to them. Whoosh! She's somewhat tyrannical words came out calmly from his mouth, inspiring fear in others. She gently swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand, and the altar beside him split in half. Now, only the altar remained in the core region. Only Wang Yan anxiously refined the Yan imperial sword, hoping to perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. It is time to end the succession race. She looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan, who was in the fierce sacred flame. Then, his lips curled up in a cold smile. She's unfathomable aura was even more terrifying and unfathomable than the first Prince Wang Fei's. Oh no! On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He guessed what she was going to do. Xiao Chen wanted to continue fighting. However, the moment he stood up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Right now, he could not make a move. A flash of sword light carrying the dynasty's might came from a place no one expected and landed on the altar where Wang Yan was. This was also the dynasty's might. However, this sword strike contained the Zuman dynasty's might. The sword light turned into a blood dragon materialized by the dynasty's accumulations. Before Xiao Sua and the others on the altar could react, the sword wind blew them away. No! The sword wind contained too much Zuman dynasty's might. The severely injured Xiao Sua and the others could not block it, and the sword wind blew them away mercilessly. Then, they watched as the sword light landed. The blood dragon opened its huge jaws and coldly swallowed up the entire altar. Boom! As the sacred flame scattered, the altar was instantly destroyed. The 8 altars in the core region were all destroyed, not a single one remaining. Xiao Chen held his chest and coughed continuously as he stared at the blood moon in the sky. That earlier sword strike came from the blood moon. No one had expected a sword to fly out of the blood moon. No one, not even Xiao Chen, had expected it. Upon closer inspection, that blood moon contained a dragon's shadow. No one knew how deep the dragon's shadow's accumulations were. A dragon hidden in the moon, existing with the sky. Whoosh! Without any warning, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the blood moon high in the sky. It looked down on all life, and the boundless sky seemed to be its body. A boundless pressure suddenly appeared on everyone's shoulders. As they looked at the blood moon in the sky, intense horror appeared in their eyes. That blood moon looked like a sovereign descending on the world, wanting to devour mountains and rivers. Hiss! 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 Strands of dragon essence flowed endlessly in the core region. The silk-like crystalline dragon essence continuously drifted into the sky and got swallowed up by the demonic clouds. The blood moon in the clouds seemed even more beautiful. Similar. Too similar. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily, and his hand trembled. This blood moon looked very similar to the one in the blue dragon ancient land. What exactly is she's relationship with Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun? You are right. He does indeed want to take over the Yanwu dynasty. That blood moon hides the Shuawu dynasty's dragon vein clone. It is slowly devouring the Yanwu dynasty's dragon vein. It looks like the imperial ancestral temple has already sided with the demonic Dao Hall. This is not going to be easy, Chu Chaoyun sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. The other party had already gained momentum. The other party's guests and experts had just gone through a huge battle and were drained. No one dared to make a move at this moment. If not for Xiao Chen making a move to kill Wang Fei, things might not have gone so smoothly for the other party. However, Xiao Chen could not be blamed. Chu Chaoyun had planned this in the first place. After killing Wang Fei, Chu Chaoyun's guests would leave as well. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Should I say this as well? Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die. she said with a harmless smile. Then, he casually swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand. Rumble. Ripples spread out from the sword light, spreading out in front like ripples. It looked like a casual swing, but it carried a boundless aura like a surging wave containing vast demonic might. Silver dragon's rage. Raging stars. Vast sky fist light. Sorrowful cloud palm. The princes and guests who were still alive looked at the ripple-like sword marks that were moving toward them. Their expressions changed drastically. As they executed killing moves, they retreated frantically. The weaker ones bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining severe injuries and vomiting blood. With a casual swing of the sword, everyone moved back. She raised his head and looked at the demon blood vulture, which was forced back. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Shao, I will share this world with you." Chapter 23:17. Brother Shao, I will share this world with you. She smiled faintly under the blood moon as he raised his head to look at Shao Chen, who was on the demon blood vulture. Right after she spoke, he immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? Why did she suddenly say that? Could it be that Shao Chen and she were old acquaintances? In hindsight, if Shao Chen had not used a strange saber move to kill the first Prince Wang Fei, she would not have his current might. On the demon blood vulture's back, Chu Chaoyun gave Shao Chen a suspicious look, entering deep thought. Shao Chen said calmly, "Don't overthink. This is my first time seeing this person in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, he should have some connection to Dragon Emperor Shao Yun." At that time, Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's other identity was the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master. Perhaps he is a blue dragon descendant as well. However, his bloodline is already extremely thin. Chu Chaoyun shared some of his guesses, thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps this could explain Shi's earlier words. A blue dragon bloodline? That's impossible. Aside from me, there is no other blue dragon bloodline in this world. Although the Kunlun realm has a blue dragon totem, it only has a blue dragon martial spirit. It is still far from a bloodline. Shao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said, there are only two possibilities for his earlier words. One is to frame me. After all, Wang Fei died at my hands. The second possibility is that I am an important pawn in his eyes. Without me, he cannot start the epoch. Or perhaps, both of them are possible. Cut the crap. What are you trying to do? As the two discussed on the demon blood vulture, a furious shout came from below. It was the 8th Prince Wang Feng. He had had enough of this demonic Dao expert who came out of nowhere. This demonic Dao expert turned the succession race into a mess, leaving Wang Feng with no chance at all. Most importantly, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng could not stand an outsider giving orders here, acting all high and mighty. Even when Wang Fei was in power, he did not feel this bad. After all, he was of the royal family's bloodline. But who the hell was this guy in front of him? What exactly do you want? The other princes felt the same way as Wang Feng. They could not understand what she was trying to do. I've already said that the competition for the crown prince position is over. You princes have already performed outstandingly. Go back to where you came from. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will reward you based on your contributions. She smiled. He did not get angry at this group of princes with cold expressions and murderous gazes. Do you think it's over just because you say so? Yes, it's over when I say it's over. Right after Shao Chen spoke, the smile on Shi's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. The scattered gazes suddenly focused on the 8th Prince Wang Fei. Their eyes met. In the depths of the mysterious left eye's pupil, a strange blood-red cross mark appeared. Below the cross mark was a vast demonic sea, and there seemed to be terrifying demons slumbering in the sea. No, bang. 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 Boundless horror spread in the 8th prince's heart. The horror hidden in the depths of his heart magnified infinitely. The 8th prince's heart pounded faster and faster, looking like it would leap out of his chest. Wang Feng clutched his chest, unable to utter a single word. His face was pale. Then, he flew back with a plop. After he landed, he bounced several times on the ground like a rubber ball. With each bounce, he vomited a large mouthful of essence blood, a tragic sight to behold. Your Highness. Dao Xian and the other hanger-ons were shocked and quickly chased after them. Only Wenrenyu, Mu Yunju, and Gu Yuhan showed grave expressions as they sent voice projections. Did he see anything? No. He only took one look before immediately closing his demonic eye. I vaguely felt a vague mark. Before I could examine it in detail, I felt boundless horror and did not dare to sigh again. I'm about the same. This person's demonic eye is too horrifying. Even though it is not directed at us, it already possesses such a terrifying ability. Wenren Yu looked up at the blood moon and entered deep thought. This she's strength is simply outrageous. Gasp. The other princes sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not hide the horror in their eyes. With just one look, the 8th prince was severely injured. How strong was this she? What should we do? Senior Sikong, Senior Silver Dragon King, what should we do? The 13th Prince Wang Yi trembled in fear, completely flustered and unable to come up with any ideas. Compared to the hot-blooded 8th prince, the 13th prince's performance in this desperate situation was even worse. However, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King did not answer the 13th prince. They were thinking about a deeper problem. The blood moon hung in the sky, existing with the sky as it slowly swallowed up the dynasty's dragon vein. How did this she do it? Back then, in order to stabilize this land of absolute beginning, the imperial family must have laid down a shocking array here. After so many years of operation by the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Imperial Ancestral Temple must have set up a shocking array here. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ancient formation. However, looking at it now, the blood moon in the sky seemed to be the new formation's eye. The ancient formation ended up in the hands of a demonic Dao prince. This was simply inconceivable. If one thought about the mysteries behind this carefully, one would feel some lingering fear. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King exchanged glances. The two were experienced and quickly figured out some clues. Bang! 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 Just as Sikong Shu was about to say something, the 13th prince retreated with a horrified expression. Then, she swept his gaze over. When she swept his gaze over, all the princes he looked at moved back frantically. They feared that the tragedy that happened to the 8th prince would repeat itself on them. Seeing this somewhat comical scene, Sikong Shu sighed softly, there is no more chance. These princes are all frightened out of their wits. We are also helpless. If not for the blood moon in the sky, this she might not be undefeatable, even with the demonic eye. Since the princes gave up, the guests naturally had to leave. However, not everyone could be like she, grasping the Yen Imperial Sword and forcibly converting it into a demonic Imperial Sword. Right now, it was practically clear that this she had a secret deal with the Imperial Ancestral Temple. However, no one knew how much they had tied him up. The Silver Dragon King's eyes lit up. Something's not right. Did you notice that the speed at which the blood clouds are swallowing the dragon essence has slowed down? It seems like something has changed. Sikong Shu looked over. Indeed, it was so. The countless crystalline silk-like dragon essence in the air had slowed down slightly. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. She, who had been scaring the princes, did not notice this. You are still not going to retreat? She frowned slightly. His baleful aura seemed solid, putting terrifying pressure on everyone. He said indifferently, I don't have such a good temper all the time. The blood moon in the sky burst forth with resplendent light as she's aura increased. The horror in the hearts of the many princes immediately multiplied. It looked like they would collapse. Bang! Just at this moment, a dragon roar erupted from underground, and a dazzling holy light soared into the sky. You are not the one who calls the shots in this world. The 9th Prince Wang Yan showed a stern expression amid the light. As he held the Yen imperial sword, he slowly soared into the air. Auspicious clouds surrounded Wang Yan, and a dragon image appeared behind him. A vast dynasty appeared indistinct. Wang Yan. Its ninth brother. His massacre great Tao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. The sword strike from the blood moon had struck Wang Yan half dead. However, Wang Yan reappeared with his massacre great Tao, which perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. No injuries could be seen on Wang Yan's body. His stern face hid a boundless state of massacre. The continuously rising dragon essence started to frantically flow towards Wang Yan's body. Demonic clouds surged in the sky, and cracks started to appear in the blood moon, which had been consuming the dynasty's dragon vein. The Silver Dragon King said after some thought, "So, that is the case." Before the altar was destroyed, this Wang Yan already perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. However, that sword strike severely injured him, so he endured and waited until he recovered to his peak before making a strong appearance. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen also felt startled. Then, he revealed a smile. Wang Yan did a great job. Xiaochen's protection up until now was not in vain. He just had to endure and wait until he recovered to his peak before dealing a blow to she. Had she been rash back then, he would have destroyed Xiaochen. Now, with Wang Yan's strong return, it would not be that easy to destroy him. The most important thing was that Wang Yan's appearance gave the other princes confidence. At the very least, she's plan would not fall apart and fail, like Dao Yan, Sikong Shu, and the other super experts. You want to turn the tide with just your strength? It won't be that easy. She's expression changed. Clearly, he had not expected Wang Yan to have hidden so deeply. Wang Yan had jumped out just when she felt that he had the upper hand. She's demonic eye of terror feared hope and courage the most. Given that, its might would be greatly reduced. Hence, it would be difficult for she to force back the other princes with one look. She needed to kill Wang Yan as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to lead Ming Xian and the others over, something strange happened. Only by purifying all life can one attain enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. A brilliant Buddhist might appeared in the western sky. Auspicious clouds covered the sun, looking like a surging river that continuously pushed back the demonic clouds in the sky. The great origin of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva traveled through time and space from the previous epoch and resounded in the sky. Amid the boundless beneficence, Yuanzhen was like a living Buddha descending from the heavens. Yuanzhen showed a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. Then, he formed supreme dermic seals with his hands, showing all sorts of mysteries. Then, he threw a palm strike. All laws are empty. Only Buddha is supreme. Pure and vast beneficence materialized in ancient Buddhist nation behind Yuanzhen. When Yuanzhen's palm strike landed, it materialized a golden Buddhist palm as large as a mountain. Then, it pierced through the demonic clouds and headed for the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the 8 altars scattered in the core region gathered in the air and formed a brand new altar. Dragons soared up from the ground. Dragon images bathed in Buddhist might continuously headed for the altar. A person descended from the sky, showing wild joy on his face as he landed firmly on the altar. Then, Wang Yun stabbed the Yen imperial sword into the altar. Laughing maniacally, he said, "Ninth brother's words do not count in this world." Chapter 23:18. You, ninth brother, do not have the final say in this world. Auspicious clouds churned in the sky. Yuanzhen looked like a Buddha descending to the world as he sent a palm strike at the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the 9th altar also appeared. It gathered the essence of the 8 altar fragments and formed the 9th altar in the air. Thousands of dragon images soared up from the ground and gathered. In wild joy, the 4th Prince Wang Yun stabbed his Yen imperial sword into the fierce sacred flame. The repeated changes could no longer be described as one wave rising and one wave calming. Instead, it was an unending storm, 10,000 waves surging. Just as everyone felt shocked at the 9th Prince Wang Yan's strong return, Yuanzhen suddenly charged out, using a vast Buddhist might to shake the sky as he headed for the blood moon. Before Yuanzhen could see what would happen when the golden Buddhist palm landed on the blood moon, the ninth altar suddenly appeared. The ninth altar suddenly appeared. A character that no one could have imagined ascended the altar, bathed in Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's eyes did not know where to look. The thoughts in his mind were in a mess. He was stunned on the spot and was lost in thought. This is the legendary ninth altar. To think that there really is a ninth altar, 9 is the limit of numbers, reaching the peak and occupying great luck. The fourth Prince Wang Yun is really surprising. If he could perfectly merge with it, he would be ridiculously strong. This ninth altar does indeed occupy great luck. However, one's fate is tough enough to endure it. The many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt flabbergasted, their thoughts pausing momentarily. The instant Yuanzhen appeared on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Xiao Chen had been waiting for Yuanzhen to appear, he had not expected Yuanzhen to appear in such a manner. Purify all living beings before attaining enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, many of Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. No wonder this Yuanzhen asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. It turned out that Yuanzhen had inherited the karma of the Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. However, Xiao Chen did not know what form it took. Was it reincarnation, possession, or a seal? If one had to say who was the most shocked and surprised, it had to be she. Everything is empty, only the Buddha is supreme. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would definitely be Prince Shi. He had failed time and time again. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince returned strongly and Yuanzhen suddenly rose up, causing the ninth prince to lose the overall situation. The ninth prince's appearance had already caused cracks to appear in the blood moon. Now, the fourth prince's gathering of dragon essence made the situation even worse. If Yuanzhen's palm strike, which broke the demonic clouds, landed, the blood moon would shatter. Return. She was extremely decisive. He stretched out his hand, and the blood moon in the sky suddenly turned into a spinning black hole. He returned to his black robe form and slowly descended from the sky. After the golden Buddha palm, which was descending from the blood moon, missed, Yuanzhen gently waved his hand and sent it towards Shi's group. The golden Buddha palm had already blotted out the sky. The momentum of its descent was like the sky was collapsing. Do it. On the demon blood vulture's back, the eyes of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan lit up as they took advantage of the situation to attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen flew toward the black robe. He could not allow Shi to control the black robe again. Otherwise, when the blood moon rose again, it would be difficult to deal with. Black Phase Secret Technique, Destroy. Azure Lotus Secret Technique, Create. Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, Yang Qing, showed grave expressions as they stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. Then, they formed hand seals and launched palm strikes at the same time. The black swastika on Ming Xian's forehead spun around and released a black demonic might containing a heavy might of destruction. An azure lotus bloomed under Yang Qing's feet, and a gentle Buddhist light spread out like an auspicious sign, erupting with a torrential life force. Life and death. The two worked together to clash with the Buddha palm strike. She soared into the air, wanting to retrieve the black robe. A figure arrived in the air, brandishing a sword and swinging it. The killing intent filling the air was like a silver river, blocking Shi from afar. She showed some anger on his face as he looked up. It was the ninth Prince Wang Yan holding up his Yan imperial sword, coming to stop him. You are seeking death. She raged. A scarlet cross appeared in the depths of his left eye as boundless horror assaulted him. In that instant, intense fear overwhelmed Wang Yan's physical body and soul. His body trembled slightly. Wang Yan remained calm, dealing with this calmly. The killing intent filling the air turned into motes of stars and gathered on his sword. Whoosh! The sword erupted with a blazing sword light. Wang Yan's wrist moved slightly, and a sword light shone on Shi's eyes. While the sword light covered the other party's demonic eyes, Wang Yan suppressed the fear in his heart with boundless courage and charged forward to attack. At this moment, Wang Yan's massacre Great Tao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. His strength was no weaker than the first prince's. As the sword light swept out, the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations poured out like a surging river. With the massacre Great Tao driving it, the dynasty's accumulations became like a vast army, roaring, kill endlessly. She was forced to fight with the demonic imperial sword as Wang Yan held him back. Ming Xian, Yang Qing, don't bother with that Yuan Zhen. Help me snatch back the divine cloak. At the same time, Xiao Suo charged over with the heavenly book scholar, Wu Meng, and the others, holding up the Scarlet Blood War banner. They engaged in a chaotic battle with Xi's guests, not giving him a chance to provide reinforcements. In the air, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun chased after the black robe. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. Then, he glanced around and saw Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter charging over at the same time after blocking that palm strike. I'll go and block them. Without hesitation, Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed as he pushed his hands to the left and right. The universe origin true flame burned fiercely, materializing a screen of fire that blocked Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. Chu Chaoyun did not give the two a chance to react. He drew his sword and slowly spread out his primal chaos Great Tao. His figure turned blurry, preventing Ming Xian and Yang Qing from locking onto his exact location. On the ground, the 8th prince and the 13th prince, who looked like they were startled awake from a dream, looked at the 9th altar in the air. Madness appeared in their eyes. Right now, this was their only chance to fight with the 9th prince Wang Yan. They could chase Wang Yan down and monopolize the 9th altar for themselves. Kill. Wang Feng and Wang Yi each led their guests over with an overwhelming aura. With the strength of the two of them, it should be more than enough to chase Wang Yan away. However, just as the group approached, a Buddhist voice rang out. Buddhist chants rang out, and the many guests of the 4th prince Wang Yan appeared. Each of them held a magic tool. Then, according to Yuan Zhen's instructions, they stood in different positions and activated their magic tools at the same time. Boom! In that instant, thousands of Buddhist voices layered over each other. A huge Buddha image encased the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This Buddha image vaguely resembled the Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Dang! 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 The many weapons struck the Buddha image, giving off metallic clangs. However, Wang Yun, who was on the altar, did not suffer any damage. Mr. Yuan really has incredible foresight. He long guessed that this group of princes would go crazy. Indeed. He gave us the magic tools to lay the formation in advance. It really worked. Don't get distracted. We are about to change the formation. All right. Hidden dragon in the depths, spirit traveling 8 extremes, 9 palaces touched, 10 directions unchanging. The guest wielding the Dharma artifact changed his movement technique. The shadow of a dragon rose from the ground. A dragon image soared into the air from the ground as the formation changed and moved around the Buddha image. Unexpectedly, it was used by the Buddha image, slowly making it corporeal. Damn it! How can it be like this? The princes cursed when they saw that the Buddha image barrier, which was already at its wit's end, could actually reverse the dragon essence and strengthen it. On the altar, Wang Yun opened his eyes. When he saw the 8th prince and the 13th prince, he showed furious and helpless expressions. Wang Yun's lips curled up in a delighted smile as he said indifferently, 8th brother, little 13th prince, you did not expect this day, right? Ha ha ha. The person you mocked and bullied since you were young will one day make you gnash your teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about it. The 8th prince and the 13th prince bit their lips in silence, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If the 9th prince could rise up despite the situation, it could be explained. After all, he had been guarding the borders, radiating killing qi and making countless contributions. Furthermore, he had Xiao Chen's help, making up for the 9th prince's weakness of not having a foundation in the imperial capital. However, how capable was the 4th prince? He had been synonymous with trash since he was young. To think that he could ride on their heads, aloof and aloof, mocking them. The various factions in the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region all had their own goals. Chaotic battles broke out everywhere, turning the sky dark and the ground dark. Everywhere was a battlefield. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan left, watching from the sidelines. Surprisingly, they did not participate. Logically speaking, the two should be helping Shi. However, for some reason, they chose not to help either side. Should we make a move? I feel that we can bet on it. Jin Yuan looked into the distance, raring to give it a try at Shi's side. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Don't. That fellow's potential is far from being exposed. Let's see how many trump cards he has. The more he exposes, the higher our chances of victory. Yan Sangming calmly made his choice, showing a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for Yan Sangming. After Yuanjun attacked in the sky, he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and closed his eyes to rest. Yuanjun did not chase after Shi. He continuously chanted scriptures, using the momentum that the fourth Prince Wang Yun gathered to fill the sky with flickering auspicious clouds. Yuanjun continuously pushed back the originally vast and unparalleled demonic clouds. As for Xiao Chen, he frowned slightly. As he looked at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows in front, he remained silent. Just as Xiao Chen was about to grab the black cloak formed by the blood moon, a flash of scarlet lightning appeared and snatched it away from his eyes. It's him. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chen found vaguely familiar the first time he met him in Divine City. The second time, this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows appeared during the fight for the five-element divine lightning. However, he did not appear at the same time as Ming Xian. The next time Xiao Chen met him was now. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows held the black cloak and laughed strangely. Do you want it? Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he asked, You recognize me? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How laughable. Xiao Chen, you still do not recognize me? This is really disappointing. The scarlet shadow encasing Xiao Chen's body slowly scattered. His true body was actually a blood-sucking vine. However, what truly shocked Xiao Chen was the face that appeared on the blood-sucking vine. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. That was a face that Xiao Chen had forgotten long ago. It was a person that should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. This was the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King, the Thunder King who laid out the plan, the one from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the one who wanted to help the Black Lotus Church unify the Kunlun Realm. You are actually not dead. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His expression changed slightly, unable to hide his shock. Haha. If the Black Lotus Church did not leave behind a strand of my soul, allowing me to reincarnate in the Great Thousand Realms, would I still be so loyal to them? The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. I look forward to seeing how long you can last against me in your current state. In his fight with the first Prince Wang Fei, Xiao Chen was severely injured and drained a lot of energy. Even now, Xiao Chen had not recovered much of his energy. It would be hard for him to block an opponent of the level of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, Xiao Chen remained calm, not showing any fluster in his eyes. He said indifferently, Sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. Since you chose to expose yourself, I can only kill you again. I am Black Egg. I am White Egg. Hee hee. Now that the two eggs appear, who can compete with me? The black and white eggs, who had been waiting impatiently in the divine universe steel, received Xiao Chen's instructions. The black and white eggs immediately leaped out and erupted with a horrifying aura that rivaled that of a six-veined sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs turned into two hurricanes, one black and one white, charging at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Chapter 23:19. Since the two eggs appeared, who could compete with them? Two tornadoes, one white and one black, howled as they charged at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Xiao Chen remained calm, not worried that the black and white eggs would lose. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could rival a 5-vein sovereign emperor. The 2 eggs were at least as strong as a 6-vein sovereign emperor. The 2 faux god puppets used Xiao Chen as a reference and would always be slightly stronger than him. Xiao Chen was a 6-vein sovereign emperor with the black and white eggs combat experience, the 2's tacit cooperation, and the special nature of the puppets' bodies. Xiao Chen could not think of any reason why he would lose to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. That's not right. I should address the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows as the Thunder King now. With this thought, a murderous intent surfaced in Xiao Chen's eyes again. How many outstanding talents of his Kunlun realm had died? To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows dared to appear before Xiao Chen and expose his identity. Xiao Chen did not mind killing the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows again, making him disappear completely. This kind of person, who wanted to bury the entire world for his own benefit, should not exist in this world. Puppets? You want to kill me with just 2 puppets? Xiao Chen, you are really naive. The Thunder King originally felt somewhat shocked when he sensed the black and white eggs' auras. Facing 2 6-vein sovereign emperors at the same time would still put some pressure on him. However, if they are just puppets, hee. The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. They are not worth mentioning at all. Countless demonic vines tangled together and turned into 2 beams of scarlet electric light as they burst out. In an instant, they charged into the 2 hurricanes. With a loud rumble, the hurricanes dispersed in an instant. The shock waves spread out. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and took a few steps back. Then, he scattered the shock waves with a palm strike. The 2 demonic scarlet vines repeatedly attacked the black and white eggs, splitting the demonic vines. The demonic vines split apart, looking like scarlet snakes opening their mouths and biting the black and white eggs. Before entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the Thunder Sovereign had fully displayed its horror, biting the heavenly wolf empire's Tuo Biyao with demonic vines. When the demonic vines bit the heavenly wolf empire's Tuo Biyao, the demonic vines instantly sucked out most of the other party's qi and blood. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, the Thunder King suddenly recalled that puppets didn't have physical bodies. His entire body was made of divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and with the help of formations, he was forged. When the thousands of blood snakes bit it, the scene that severely injured Tuo Biyao did not reappear. The black and white eggs remained undamaged. Kacha! Kacha! The black and white eggs grabbed the blood-sucking vines that wanted to shrink back, and they continuously punched them. The 2 blood-red vines, which looked like the arms of the Thunder King, were continuously shattered. The 10,000-meter-long blood-red vines were instantly blasted into nothingness. Hee, little blockhead's ability isn't enough. Trash. You've made yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but your strength is still only a so-so. After the black and white eggs approached the Thunder King, they launched an endless barrage of attacks. The 2 eggs' Dao domains layered over each other, working together seamlessly. In just a short while, the Thunder King was exhausted from dealing with them, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The humiliation in Xiao Chen's words infuriated the Thunder King, causing him to howl. Even if I lie to you, there is nothing you can do about it. The black and white eggs' combat experience rivaled that of a faux gods. Back then, when Xiao Chen first saw them, he nearly gave up on the martial Dao. This showed how horrifying they were. The Thunder King treated the 2 as ordinary puppets, so he was destined to suffer. Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to the battle. He kept his eyes on the black robes controlled by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Clearly, this item was very important to Shi. He needed to obtain it. Die. The Thunder King, who had had his fill of humiliation from the black and white eggs, roared, and electric light burst out from his entire body. The piercing and dazzling Dao might that rivaled a 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain sent the black and white eggs flying. It was not over yet. The Dao domain on Shi Chen's body continued to grow wildly. The instant his Dao might reached the 8th layer, thousands of scarlet vines shot out. The scarlet vines were like lightning spears, covering the sky and the ground as they surged over, carrying vast thunder might. Boom! Everywhere the scarlet vines passed, scarlet electric light spread out in the air, showing no blind spots. The Thunder King's peak strike fully displayed the power of his Thunder Dao domain. When the scarlet vines arrived, they instantly struck the black and white eggs, shattering them into countless pieces. In the end, they are just puppets. The Thunder Sovereign held his breath and snorted coldly. That earlier strike was extremely powerful. That earlier strike drained most of his demonic energy and his great Dao energy. Even a true six-veined sovereign emperor would find it hard to escape death after getting struck by that attack. Hee hee. How scary. I nearly shattered them into pieces. Ha ha ha. Again. Again. The shattered pieces on the ground suddenly gathered, and the black and white eggs reappeared, showing no signs of damage. At the critical moment earlier, the black and white eggs disintegrated at the same time. While it looked like the Thunder King had shattered them with one strike, in reality, the black and white eggs had taken the initiative to disintegrate themselves. Bang! 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 Before the somewhat stunned Thunder King could react, the black and white eggs charged over again. The vines of the gigantic blood-sucking vines shattered. However, after a while, only the trunk remained. Since the Thunder King could not defeat them, he no longer dared to fight, frantically fleeing. That is, suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows had cut off one of the vines holding the black robes, allowing the black robes to fly back into the air. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he attacked at lightning speed, grabbing the black robes in his hand. When Xiao Chen flipped the black robes over, he saw a scarlet dragon image embroidered on the inside. As he held it, the entire black robes seemed to move about like it was alive. The demonic cloud heaven swallowing art in Xiao Chen's body circulated involuntarily. With a thought, Xiao Chen tried to use his demonic Dao divine energy to control this black-clad sage robes. However, he helplessly discovered that there was an invisible membrane on the saint robe itself, blocking all of his divine essence and soul stones outside. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. His cultivation technique was not right. No matter how strong his demonic energy was, he could not control this black-clad sage robes. Damn it! Scram! She, who was being held back by Wang Yan, glanced over and discovered that the black robes landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Enraged, she swept his sword across and forced back Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. Wang Yan's palm exploded, and his Yan imperial sword trembled endlessly, nearly falling out of his hand. After Wang Yan landed, he moved back another 100 steps before he managed to neutralize the might of the other party's sword strike. Terrifying. Is this the other party's true strength? Whoosh! She, who had no choice but to expose his strength, forced back the other party with one sword strike. Then, his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared before Xiao Chen. Give me the sage robes, or die. She showed a stern expression, showing unprecedented anxiety in his eyes. Clearly, this sage robes were very important to him. This was the first time Xiao Chen faced this person. He did not look at the other party's left eye as he said calmly, "If you were fully confident of killing me, you would not be wasting words with me. I can give you the sage robes, but you have to agree to one condition." Xi's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "Speak. Hand Jianghu to me." Xiao Chen already confirmed that he could not control the black-clad sage robes. After thinking for a while, he made this decision. This was the only opportunity for him to rescue Jianghu. Aside from the black-clad sage robes, she did not seem to care about anything else. Deal. She did not hesitate, showing a smile on his face. The scarlet cross in the depths of the demonic eye reappeared, spinning in reverse at an incredible speed. After a while, a figure was tossed out of the demonic eye. It was the star-plucking bandit, Jianghu. Xiao Chen kept his promise, tossing the black-clad sage robes to the other party. Whoosh! She casually flipped the sage robes around and put them back on. The long black robes extended all the way to Shi's calves. Scarlet Dragon swam on the robes like they were alive, looking incredibly strange. "I'll leave this trash to you." She smiled faintly and left in a flash, ignoring Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he missed something. She agreed more straightforwardly than he expected. What a loss. I am useless to him now. He wants to find the inheritance key's location on me. Wearing that sage robe is equivalent to wearing the entire Shuowu dynasty, Jianghu said softly with a sigh after Xiao Chen helped him up. After Xiao Chen helped Jianghu up, he sighed and said softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is probably not that simple. Let's not think about it. It is already worth it if I can get you back." Ha ha ha. What a brother. Jianghu laughed happily when he heard that. He did not feel sullen about being imprisoned at all, feeling very carefree. Whoosh. Whoosh. The black and white eggs, who had chased after the Thunder King, returned. After they landed, they circled Jianghu. Black Egg sniffed and said, "A familiar aura. It is very similar to the same person but somewhat different." Ha ha ha. I get it now. You are an egg laid by a dragon egg, right? White Egg suddenly guffawed in wild joy. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at Jianghu. Is he a descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon? Chapter 23:20. An egg laid by a dragon egg. Naturally, the dragon egg in White Egg's mouth was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. However, it said that it sensed the aura of the previous generation Heaven Dragon from Jianghu. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that when they first met, Jianghu said that he came from Ancestor Dragon City. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, an ordinary mixed-blood dragon would not have had the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City so early. If Jianghu were a Heaven Dragon's descendant, that would make sense. No matter what the previous generation Heaven Dragon did, a Heaven Dragon was, after all, a Heaven Dragon. He was an existence worthy of respect and worship in the Divine Dragon Empire. It was understandable that a Heaven Dragon's descendant had some special privileges. Regardless of what Xiao Chen was thinking, Jianghu showed dark lines on his face. The black and white eggs circling him made him feel embarrassed. Xiao Chen, what the heck are these two fellows? Jianghu could not stand these two puppets sniffing around him like dogs. He quickly ran to Xiao Chen's side to ask for help. The two of you should let him off first. Let me ask you, did that person catch up? Xiao Chen was more concerned about the Thunder King's life or death. If this person did not die, he would not feel at ease. White Egg smiled and said, "That is natural. With the two of us making a move, there is a possibility of failure." However, although the blood-sucking vine's body was destroyed, its soul fled too quickly, entering that person's magic tool. Xiao Chen looked in the direction White Egg pointed at, where the Black Lotus Holy Sun, Ming Xian, was fighting with Chu Chaoyun. Sooner or later, I will truly destroy him. Murderous intent flared in Xiao Chen's eyes. In his heart, the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King would always be someone he had to kill. This show is really exciting. Jianghu could not help sighing as he watched the majestic chaotic battle between sovereign emperors. Fortunately, this was the land of absolute beginning. Otherwise, even if it were Yen City, it would have been torn down long ago. After she put on the Scarlet Dragon cloak, he stopped fighting with the other Wang Yans. He gathered his guests and rushed to the 9th altar. At some point in time, Yan Sungming and Zhen Yuan appeared beside him. The two seemed to intend to work together, working with the other princes to chase Wang Yun off the 9th altar. The originally chaotic situation had instead become clear after this. Yuan Zhen, who occupied the 9th altar and filled the sky with auspicious clouds, ended up becoming everyone's target. The entire second round of the Crown Prince battle was really like a changing king's flag, with one side singing and the other taking the stage. When one wave did not stop, another wave would rise. There would always be unexpected situations. What relationship do you have with the previous generation Heaven Dragon? It is impossible for she to capture you for no reason. As far as I know, the heavenly dragon does know where the inheritance key is. He discovered it in the azure dragon's old lands. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and asked Jianghu, who was beside him. Since I've saved you, there's no point in hiding my secret. Jianghu's expression turned grave, and his expression changed. The previous heavenly dragon was my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you might be disappointed. The previous generation heaven dragon is my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you save me because of that, you will be disappointed. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just wanted to clarify something. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just have some things that I want to clarify. What Jianghu thought was his business. I believe you. Jianghu smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. The moment the two clasped hands, their trust was established. Because they knew each other, sometimes trust between people could be established in just a second, just like now. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun descended from the sky and slowly landed beside the two. His complexion looked pretty good. It looked like he had not gotten injured from fighting against the two alone earlier. Yuan Zhen, this person really hid himself deeply. Everything fell into his trap. He raised a prince who did not exist to this point. Who knows how many people's plans were foiled. With the Buddha image's support, even with Shi and Yen Sangming's help, Wang Yun's refinement of the Yen imperial sword continued to go uninterrupted. Far away, Wang Yan gathered Xiao Suo and the others, frowning slightly. Wang Yan hesitated on whether to join in and destroy this ninth altar or not. Realistically speaking, the fourth prince Wang Yun was already Wang Yan's greatest competitor. At this moment, there was no right or wrong in Wang Yan's thoughts. Boom! Before Wang Yan could make a decision, Wang Yun laughed maniacally on the altar and pulled out the Yen imperial sword from the altar. The sword gave off a bright Buddhist light. This Wang Yun actually perfectly merged the Buddhist sect's great Tao with the Yenwu dynasty's dragon vein. Such a scene surpassed everyone's expectations. The many elders in the palace in the clouds were all stupefied. They had been rejecting the hidden spirit temple, not letting the hidden spirit temple interfere in the succession race. They even sided with the Shuowu dynasty's demonic Tao Hall. However, when the fourth prince pulled out the Yen imperial sword, they were stunned. The bright Buddhist light on the sword meant that the situation was no longer within their control. The Yen emperor, who was restrained, revealed a mocking smile. These elders had been trying to play a balancing act, toying with both the Buddhist Tao and the demonic Tao in the palm of their hands. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the two factions, they were just pawns from the very start. Behind the smile was boundless sorrow. The Yen emperor knew that no matter what the result was, the Yenwu dynasty was finished. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor felt very anxious. He walked to the corner again and communicated with the mysterious black figure. The imperial ancestor seemed to be saying that the succession race had already gone out of control. Even they could no longer control it. The third round would definitely start soon. Whoever won would become the crown prince. Their original plan had failed. Who are you speaking to? The Yen emperor asked after the imperial ancestor finished speaking. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor showed a cold expression as he replied indifferently, "This fourth brother should be a pawn that you and the hidden spirit temple arranged, right? Although I know that you are close to the hidden spirit temple, I did not expect you to be so deranged. Had I known, I would have crippled you long ago. As for who I am speaking to, you will naturally know when the succession race is over." When the Yen emperor heard that, he wanted to laugh loudly. However, his heart had already died, so he could not laugh. The Yen emperor's expression was even more unsightly than crying. These people are truly hopeless. Inside the ancient Yen emperor tomb, when Wang Yun drew his Yen imperial sword, the altar under him shattered. The entire core region began to shake violently, and the ground suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Even when the many great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically, the ground in this absolute beginning land did not truly crack. But now, the ground had truly been sliced apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye had appeared. What exactly is this existence? To think that it possesses such power, even more horrifying than the many sovereign emperors combined. Rumble. The ground trembled even more intensely as a terrifyingly strong aura brewed underground. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone, including Xiao Chen, had no choice but to retreat again and again. How strong! Just the shock waves were unblockable. After Xiao Chen landed, he felt like a baby being pushed back. He felt like a baby in front of this aura, constantly being pushed back. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, a small tree sapling giving off flames appeared in the core region. Before Xiao Chen could feel shocked, the sapling grew wildly at a startling speed. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain. As the tree branches swayed, boundless life force poured out. Bathed in the green light, everyone's internal injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree was still growing at an even faster rate. However, it was already large enough, giving the illusion that it had slowed down. It vaguely seemed like a condensed miniature of a vast dynasty's rise. The Yan Emperor Tree. This was the Yan Emperor Tree. This was the manifestation of a dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years. It relied on the dynasty's dragon vein for nourishment, growing for more than 100,000 years. Whoosh! 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 All the princes could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. They strode forward and frantically rushed towards the Yan Emperor Tree. In the third round of the succession race, whoever stood at the top of the divine tree would become the dynasty's crown prince. However, there were still many people under the towering tree, not moving at all. Not only that, but they also showed some confusion on their faces. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The divine tree has appeared, and the succession race is almost over. Why is there no sign of the ethereal immortal palace? The various outstanding talents who held the ethereal immortal palace keys looked around, searching for clues. Is it not time yet? Or is this prophecy the same as the previous ones? In the end, it turned out to be a lie. Chapter 23-21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yan Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Xiao Chen had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nye Tian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Xiao Chen's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. This feeling was great. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh! 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 2 figures descended from the ancient Yan Emperor tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. Big brother, the ninth prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Suo landed, he explained to Xiao Chen why he left Wang Yan. Hao Kai added, this ninth prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Meng and the others to search for the Yen Emperor fruits and send us back. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Then, he said calmly, he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yan occupying the ninth altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The third round of the crown prince selection was closely related to the second round. The ancient Yen Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan and Wang Yun, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of crown prince could only be between the two of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyun, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epoch was like rotten wood. It retained its shape but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epochs was unstoppable. The wings of time, the strongest transcendent grade soul tool of the martial epoch, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yen Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the immortal palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the immortal palace. Xiao Chen looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chen was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal immortal palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yan Sungming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these 2 also had an ethereal immortal palace key. She, who wore the scarlet dragon cloak, had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The third ethereal immortal palace key had to be in his hands. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu and Dao Yen were together. Wenren Yu probably had an ethereal immortal palace key as well. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon Kings group. When Xiao Chen looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The dragon god crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The ancient Yen Emperor tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal immortal palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the wings of time. The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. I know. Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yen Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yen Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legend said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory ethereal immortal palace and the wings of time, which involved a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yen Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The people with ethereal immortal palace keys were like Chu Chaoyun, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that the ethereal immortal palace will not appear without the inheritance key?" "What do you mean?" Xiaochen said after some thought, "Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal immortal palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures." Chu Chaoyun's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. "I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal immortal palace not appearing?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyun. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal immortal palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal immortal palace would not be activated, unable to appear." "That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again." Xiaochen lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then, he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Xiaochen spoke, Chu Chaoyun shifted his gaze to Jianghu. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Jianghu showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Shi's torture. Boom! Jianghu lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his head. The instant Jianghu raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The 2 palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yen Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yen Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly. "Retreat!" Xiaochen pulled Jianghu and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Suo landed, he tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Xiaochen, Chu Chaoyun, and Jianghu with grave expressions. The shock waves of the 2 palm strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuanzhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jianghu. Yuanzhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. "Xiaochen, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem." After Chu Chaoyun said that, Jianghu felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuanzhen. Jianghu had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Jianghu cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people but his heartless father. Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself. Hand this person to me. She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. Sure. Xiao Chen was exceptionally straightforward, startling Jianghu and she. However, you have to use the Scarlet Dragon's sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then, it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha! Kacha! Crack! Crack! This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Xi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then, it burned out of Xi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Xi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Xi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. Whoosh! When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Suo and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Xi's face. Xiao Chen, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiao Chen and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiao Chen looked straight at Xi and replied calmly, my friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Suo and Xiao Chen were in front. Chu Chaoyun and Jianghu were on his left and right. Wrong. She blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epoch has already aged, and the new epoch is about to begin. Epochs come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyun sought out Xiao Chen for cooperation. Xi's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Chen, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyun explained the situation to Xiao Chen when he met him. Xiao Chen had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyun had not told Xiao Chen how he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Suo had the pirate alliance behind him. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance, could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother. Big brother. Xiao Chen only addressed Xiao Chen as Big Brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Chen because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiao Chen. As for Jianghu, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one, aside from Xiao Chen. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Shi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiao Chen and the others with his aura, she did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If she had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Shi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiao Chen's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the blue dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiao Chen also had the blue dragon bloodline, he and she could be considered on the blue dragon side. If that was true, Shi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the blood dragon saint robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Shi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyun, Jiang He, Xiao Suo, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. In the past, Xiao Chen wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Jiang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen looked up at Shi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Jiang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiao Chen was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiao Chen really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyun showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xiao Chen was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xiao Chen also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiao Chen's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiao Chen's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Suo tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiao Chen wondered, if Xiao Chen really handed over his friend, is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiao Chen only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Shi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flame slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if Trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiao Chen handed Jiang He to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiao Chen would draw the tyrant saber on his back? Then, he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Jiang He, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remained the same even after a long time. Boom! The scarlet flame in Shi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then, he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yan Songming, Wen Renyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiao Chen. However, once they figured it out, Xiao Chen, who still had to protect Jianghu, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiao Chen drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. Xi's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom! For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xiao Suo used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War Banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then, Xiao Suo ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. Go. I'll block him. Whoosh. A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. Let's go. A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xiao Suo created. Whoosh. 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 The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz. Xiao Suo seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble. As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xiao Suo, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that Jianghu was the key to the ethereal immortal palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiao Chen or the people around Xiao Chen, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Chen. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiao Chen or the people around Xiao Chen, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Chen. The eyes of Sikong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him. The inheritance key's whereabouts must be with Jianghu. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Sikong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Xiao Chen. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal immortal palace key, they could start a new epoch. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest outstanding talents of the entire martial epoch. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance key and Jianghu. Yan Sangming and the profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Xiaochen took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xiao Suo, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xiao Suo did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23:23. The blood dragon swimming on the sage cloak merged its claws with Shi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xiao Suo to advance. What blocked him was not a person but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Shi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xiao Suo gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xiao Suo slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xiao Suo suppressed the demonic Tao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red, and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged, and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then, he took a step forward with the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. The Scarlet Blood War banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Shi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Shi. Then, the dragon head hovered above Shi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble. The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Pu Ci. The backlash from the killing move forced Xiao Suo to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the Scarlet Blood War banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xiao Suo suffered a backlash. Then, he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, before he could even react, she waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiao Suo's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic Tao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiao Suo's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiao Suo was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean lord's soul could still escape. Shi's move completely suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since she could restrain Shi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiao Suo was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiao Chen. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiao Suo. Ah! Xiao Suo gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength, it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiao Qin was pinned to the ground by his own Scarlet Blood War banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiao Suo did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiao Suo did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Suo showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Ka Xie. She, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiao Suo's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Suo had used his own brute force to pull out the Scarlet Blood War banner. The instant Xiao Suo pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiao Suo held up the Scarlet Blood War banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then, he stood up again. The blood-stained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiao Suo's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiao Suo held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rowed a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Xi's eyes. Xiao Suo stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. She revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiao Suo to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person, after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiao Suo. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiao Suo's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiao Suo showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least 2 of the people chasing Xiao Chen are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiao Suo grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Suo. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiao Suo as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiao Chen will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiao Suo lowered the war banner on the warship's bow and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack, then." As she and Xiao Suo fought, Xiao Chen, Jiang He, Chu Chaoyun, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiao Chen could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Dao Yan, Wenren Yu, Yan Sangming, Jin Yuan, and the others held the ethereal immortal palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal immortal palace lay with Jianghu, so they gave chase as well. Yuanjun attacked again. Xiao Chen and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuanzhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuanzhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from a distance. Whoosh! 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 Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu landed together. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan blocked the left path. Dao Yan and Wenren Yu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiao Chen looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jiang He and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk. I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu," Chu Chaoyun added. "Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me." Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiao Chen could only help Jiang He block the strongest few and see if Jiang He could take the opportunity to break out. "Even if you didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here. Many thanks." Jiang He knew that for Xiao Chen to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of a friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Jiang He's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Jiang He's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Jiang He was not weak either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind, to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack. Seeing that Jiang He wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuanzhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Jiang He amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal immortal palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal immortal palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal immortal palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Sikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming, who were about to attack Jiang He. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Sikong Shu in confusion. Sikong Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, it suddenly moved like it was summoned by something. Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal immortal palace was about to appear. The ethereal immortal palace is about to appear? The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace does not have much to do with Jiang He. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozuan guard outside, and we should not chase anymore. We should not give chase, Sikong Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Jiang He leave. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Jiang He. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared. Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yan Sangming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiaosuo. Then, he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qing. What's going on? Xiaosuo's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiaosuo might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiaosuo. Then, he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiaosuo swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon? It was too much of a coincidence that the Divine Palace key changed right after Jiang He unleashed his Heaven Dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Chen, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Jiang He now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Jiang He had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal immortal palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him, the descendant of the Heaven Dragon who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the immortal palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiao Chen took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Jiang He, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts, like Dao Yan, Yuan Zhen, and the others, did not take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace key suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor, shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun, Yan Sangming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wen Renyu, and Sikong Shu all lost control of their ethereal immortal palace keys. Ha ha ha, chase! However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Sikong Shu and Qin Ming, they chased after the flowing light. The immortal palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yan Sangming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Jin Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly. Right, let's go as well. Yan Sangming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhen Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhen Yuan absorbed in the soaring dragon great realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yan Sangming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal immortal palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Jianghu? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Jianghu's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, after the ethereal immortal palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen, so I did not give chase and waited for Milord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up. What's wrong? Could it be that Jianghu is still useful? The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, the ethereal immortal palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jianghu has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him? Ming Xian asked as he looked at Shi, raising his eyebrows. Shi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, there's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys. Shi gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Jianghu, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Jianghu, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic Tao outstanding talents, great desolate Eon bloodlines, and sect elders. Even a two-veined sovereign emperor like Shao Chen could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Shao Chen grasped the heaven dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Shao Chen had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Jianghu felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no! Suddenly, Jianghu's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jianghu back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei and the Hound Lion Empire's Xiahou. Jianghu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. He and Xiahou had been guarding the periphery under Sikong Shu's orders. This was to prevent Jianghu from breaking out of the encirclement with Shao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahou said indifferently, Jianghu, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushan Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Tao sovereign emperors. The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jianghu's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jianghu thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the Great Thousand Realms. With his heaven dragon's mysteries, practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Jianghu's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, two beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yunfei and Xiahou. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jianghu. Come with me. Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jianghu, wanting to bring him away. I'll explain later. Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jianghu felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yunfei and Xiahou dealt with the troublesome Death Dao Sovereign Emperor's mysteries, the two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jianghu smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jianghu smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jianghu had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal immortal palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection sovereign emperors or outstanding talents like Xiao Chen. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Tao split into 2. One was the Time Tao, and the other was the Space Great Tao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Tao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Tao. For example, Xiao Chen's firmament's rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Tao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xiao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the Space Great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yen, who grasped the 10th layer Ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the Time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, no one grasped the Time Tao. Not to mention the current martial epoch. Xiao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the Time Tao. However, it was far from the Time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the 3rd round of the succession race on the ancient Yan Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yan and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 would ascend to the top of the Yan Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole giving off spacetime fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the Wings of Time, was in there as the epoch changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the Wings of Time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epochs. It could even be said that whoever grasped the Wings of Time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epoch, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Chen Zhao's Dragon Palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yen City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor, and Dao Emperor, and Shen, and had, and mountain, into, and one. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Suyi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Hanshan and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The three of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Suyi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Hanshan hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, who are you talking about? Su Hanshan frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? Haha. Alright, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the foe god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, the geniuses nurtured by the 5 super factions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wen Renyu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyun. In any case, it can't be Xiao Chen, right? Su Hanshan interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Right. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, as for who is most likely, naturally, it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal. Hee hee. Abbot Suyi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these two people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epoch was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epoch master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epoch. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Xiao Chen looked at the current situation. Experts that only foe gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yanwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yan City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The foe gods of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao descended silently. However, Su Hanshan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these foe gods. Suyi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly, the ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epoch has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epoch. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanshan was speaking his last words before his death. Words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanshan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanshan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the sword Tao. To Su Hanshan, life and death were not as important as the sword Tao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it? When Suyi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Suyi said somewhat helplessly, junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kitagarbha Buddha. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kitagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kitagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yanwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of faux gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts, who dominated a region or ruled the world, all felt how insignificant they were before the epoch's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The faux gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning non-stop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the immortal palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a faux god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. Are you going in? Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the immortal palace and the wings of time. Sikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yan Songming, Wen Renyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Sikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the wings of time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the wings of time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Sigh. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end, he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jianghu, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable. Jianghu dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jianghu. Jianghu. Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jianghu's condition. Jianghu's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and firmly said, "Of course it's people like father, only then can they be experts." Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the divine dragon empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiaochen could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy. The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's leg stubbornly. Why does father have to leave? Little Jiang, he does not allow father to leave. Why? Because father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiaochen spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City? The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, "I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me. Ha ha ha. Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qin Ming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon." The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, "Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up. Bastard. Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines?" The youths slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Jianghu. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Jianghu showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, "I must find you. I want to ask you why." Then, he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Jianghu fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now? Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Jianghu's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse, his divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Dao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then, he saw Jianghu's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Jianghu's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then, he placed his hand on Jianghu's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. Crack. At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the key suddenly shattered. As Xiao Chen looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yan Sangming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan? To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Whoosh! Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yan Sangming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiao Chen could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyun, who was beside Xiao Chen, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiao Chen asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyun's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Suo, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyun leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiao Chen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiao Chen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyun. How did he enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiao Chen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiao Chen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyun. "Come, let's go as well." Xiao Chen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiao Chen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then, he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Suo and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Xiao Chen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiao Chen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. Big brother, look! On the surface of the lake, Xiao Suo suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake? Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "So, the legend is true." Xiao Suo asked curiously, "What legend?" Hao Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epic. Even in the martial epic, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epochs, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Suo immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, "That is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses? You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, "I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it." "Big brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake?" Xiao Chen showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Suo's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it, just like Hao Kai. Then, he suddenly recalled it. "Let's not talk about this. Where are the others?" Xiao Chen looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, it sent a voice projection, "Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene." Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. "How do you know all this?" "I did not sense it." Hee. "My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier?" "How is that difficult?" "It is as simple as returning to myself." The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. After some thought, he said, "Follow it." Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. I broke through. After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Whoosh! Many gazes looked at Xiao Chen and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yan Sangming, Yuan Zhen, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Chen immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the wings of time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the blue dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Chen would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, "Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip." Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Chen guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. "Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try?" Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chen again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Chen had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words, "Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm." Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epoch, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying immortal corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop! Plop! Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish, dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Chen, Yan Songming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming killing qi. Whoosh! 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 Without giving Yan Songming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Chen. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen drove the 10,000 dragon's art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Chen punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Chen directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Chen easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just one punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Chen drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Chen also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fist to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushan Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiao Chen had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome. Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpses' attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpses' weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuanjun considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuanjun looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuanjun looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yen Sungming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yen Sungming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiaochen attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiaochen did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiaochen took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiaochen saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon blood vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiaochen had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaochen's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiaochen feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiaochen. All this while, Xiaochen did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiaochen had just arrived at this strange place when the words, Immortal Burial Lake, came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiaochen's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiaochen was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiaochen let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiaochen could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother! Xiao Suo's expression changed dramatically. He waved the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiao Suo prepared to jump down after Xiaochen. I can't. Just as Xiao Suo was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, "Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it." But big brother, he got pulled down. Xiao Suo appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiao Chen slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiao Chen's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiao Chen's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Dead? Qin Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiao Chen's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiao Chen at any moment. Crack. Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jianghu on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jianghu, he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate aeon ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jianghu. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan Sangming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry state surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, the eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal immortal palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh! 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 Yuanjun rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuanjun glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuanjun directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jianghu suddenly appeared in the ethereal immortal palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wen Renyu, and the others charged into the ethereal immortal palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal immortal palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Jianghu off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xi's group of three blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Jianghu, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, Xi attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images circling around Xiao Chen roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal immortal palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Jianghu and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos. Chi. The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong! Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. Whoosh! The two halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Shi's side and reformed. Shi, don't be so ruthless. Chu Chaoyun said as he looked at Shi's group of three. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal immortal palace? Chu Chaoyun said expressionlessly, I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay. Shi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyun's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. I let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Murderous intent accumulated in Shi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do. Chu Chaoyun remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. So. Right at this moment, two figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. Brother Chu, do you need help? Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyun. Let's go. Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the three leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. Shi's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts are even more horrifying. When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. Let's go in first, Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. Whoosh! The group ascended the ethereal immortal palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. I'm going in. Do you want to come with me? Chu Chaoyun asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had to fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. There's no need. Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, we have to wait here for Brother Xiao Chen. Very well, you can stay here, then. However, I want to take this person away. Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Jianghu. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Jianghu away. You are indeed not a good person. Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Jianghu and Lin Feng. Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he said after some thought, he is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life. Do you think that I will let you take him away? Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyun with murderous intent in his eyes. That is not up to you. Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. Where is he? Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyun at all, greatly startling them. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyun carried the unconscious Jianghu as he dashed past the two. Damn it! After him. The three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyun, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. It's the universe origin true flame. Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao Suo and Lin Feng. Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away. Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiao Chen gave him everything he had. Without Xiao Chen, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiao Chen was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiao Chen without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyun right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyun deal with Shi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Shi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought, unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than Shi. However, I have a way to deal with this flame. How? Fight fire with fire. Boom! A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyun's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyun was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Suo's group, Chu Chaoyun continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Suo passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Ian ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others, who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyun did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then, a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyun. This was the Shuowu dynasty's Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Jianghu himself." She smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation heaven dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Jianghu is Jianghu. When the heaven dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal immortal palace." "What are you trying to do?" Chu Chaoyun asked, not saying anything more. "Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body." "Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background?" "Hee hee. Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key." She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation heaven dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength." Chu Chaoyun showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. "I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside." Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Shi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. "Are you sure?" Shi's face sank as he said coldly, "This time, I will not give you a chance to escape." Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, "Is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jianghu will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure? Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jianghu. The result went without saying. Are you threatening me? Xi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person? Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Xi calmly. Xi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Xi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Chen, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Chen, he would absolutely not use Jianghu's death to force Xi. While Xiao Chen placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Xi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Chen's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Chen wanted to protect the persistence in his heart but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Chen. With the epoch changing, such a person was the most pitiful. Living like you is really tiring. She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently. Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then, he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jianghu on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the immortal palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the immortal palace. Damn it! We can't catch up to him. After Xiao Suo, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, I know where he is. Oh. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, it should be the great hall that Jianghu and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal immortal palace. However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Suo thought for a while before saying, if you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already. I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me. Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection six-veined sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun, and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure white immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Suo and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hall. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-color divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-color divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Suo immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-color divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Suo said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyun is not here. Xiao Suo glanced at the five-color divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyun. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuanzhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuanzhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuanzhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuanzhen looked at the five-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuanzhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the five-color divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuanzhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-color divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuanzhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph. On the lotus platform, Yuanzhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, Wen Renyu and Dao Yan, Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal immortal palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Suo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wenren Yu and Dao Yan. Yan Sangming, Jin Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. The Buddhist sects Yuanjin remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Suo's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Chen. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao could tolerate Xiao Chen's existence, which implicated Xiao Suo's group of three. Yuan Zhen, the hidden spirit temple, has always been a righteous Dao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuan Zhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, she and Yan Sangming also looked at Yuan Zhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuanjin still did not express his stance, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuanjin said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuanjin said that, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Dao and demonic Dao prepared to work together to finish off Yuanzhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jianghu's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jianghu's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jianghu slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyun was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Jianghu descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Jianghu. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-colored divine stone would soon merge with Jianghu. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone's seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone would merge with Jianghu and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Jianghu would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Shi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, who stood beside Shi, showed grave expressions. Damn it! What is this Shi thinking? Even now, they are not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if Jianghu managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yan Sangming sent a voice projection to Jin Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Jin Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Jianghu merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yan Sangming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Shi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Jianghu?" She smiled faintly and said, Yan Songming, do you want to make a move? I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It would be good for you to test it out. Seeing she smile, Yan Songming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yan Songming cursed she countless times in his heart. However, Yan Songming had no choice. He could not be as calm as she, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Jianghu. If Jianghu really gained control of the wings of time, Yan Songming, as the hope of the flood dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yan Songming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then, he soared into the air and attacked Jianghu. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yan Songming. It was Qin Ming, the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming. Like Yan Songming, Qin Ming could not accept that a heaven dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yan Songming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Xiao. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Jianghu at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heavens Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yan Songming's body. The flames seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yan Songming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Jianghu. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fist to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Jianghu's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Jianghu's body, but something weird happened. Jianghu was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Jianghu's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it! How can it be like this? Yan Songming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Jianghu seemed fine, only stopping Yan Songming's descent. If you want to kill Jianghu, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Jianghu, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Jianghu. You are seeking death. Qin Ming and Yan Songming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. Whoosh! When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Jianghu away. However, Jin Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Whoosh! Without any warning, the five-color divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the five-color divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wenren Yu and Dao Yan surrounded Yuan Zhen. Xi's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, attack. We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the five-color divine stone out of this place. Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wenren Yu and Dao Yan to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal immortal palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Jianghu's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Xi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Xiao Qin was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiao Chen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiao Chen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast! However, Xiao Chen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiao Chen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiao Chen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiao Chen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiao Chen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an immortal lord, he was much stronger than Xiao Chen's ancestor, the top immortal lord of the immortal epoch. That is. Suddenly, huge waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the immortal epoch's Wangmu. However, why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiao Chen thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 23:32. However, just as Xiao Chen prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions and questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point, there is really no point. Xiao Chen slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiao Chen saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiao Chen's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone stele, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiao Chen. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiao Chen knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiao Chen on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of Immortal Burial Lake. I, Xiao Chen, still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiao Chen was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be firmament, but firmament will never be Xiao Chen. You have all the possibilities. He is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiao Chen, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiao Chen's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiao Chen could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epoch. However, he did not want to know, either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the Spirit Mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm and the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty, shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiao Chen. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiao Chen's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiao Chen's face. What is this? The demonized Xiao Chen burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiao Chen felt. Then, he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiao Chen's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiao Chen felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence this Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiao Chen's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiao Chen's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiao Chen would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Shao Qin, the demon was Shao Qin, and the Buddha was Shao Qin. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Shao Qin finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epoch. In this soul pool, Shao Qin brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Shao Qin discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Shao Qin's life long before the martial epoch started, he would have died. The demonized Shao Qin had broken the shackles that Shao Qin had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Shao Qin perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. Come out. Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone stele. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epoch. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Shao Qin did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Shao Qin did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, "I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything?" The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the three realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epoch changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman, Shao Qin. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Die. Tell me, then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Shao Qin, will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Shao Qin was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom! Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Shao Qin, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop! Shao Qin turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Shao Qin's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Shao Qin's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Shao Qin's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Shao Qin's heart and morals, which he had been holding onto until now, were a huge joke. Shao Qin faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Shao Qin. She clearly looked at Shao Qin, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. Pa! Just as Shao Qin was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Shao Qin. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiao Chen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiao Chen's indomitable heart. He. Are you afraid? In the end, this is my, Xiao Chen's, soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me, then. What is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiao Chen knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sect's Kasyapa Buddha. In the past, Xiao Chen had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiao Chen's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiao Chen always hid a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiao Chen was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous, immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xiao Chen's heart of the martial Tao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xiao Chen saw the grave of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. They would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xiao Chen had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. Thank you, Queen Mother. Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xiao Chen would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary. I understand. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xiao Chen in a daze. Then, she sighed softly and said, he did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself. What obsession? He once had the chance to become the new epic master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably. Who did he lose to? Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely. He did not say a word as the epic changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epoch. He definitely felt dissatisfied. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the three realms. Even the Immortal Epoch's epic master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiao Chen asked, what was the message that he wanted you to bring me? Whoosh! An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xiao Chen looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xiao Chen could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the Epic Heart. More accurately, it is the Immortal Epic Heart. Back then, the Immortal Epic's epic master used his supreme might to write the character, immortal. Hence, the Immortal Epic began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character, immortal, the heart of the Immortal Epic. The Immortal Epic started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xiao Chen. To think that the once glorious and vast Immortal Epic started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epic start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era before the great era was destroyed? Why did the Immortal Epic appear after the end of the previous epoch and not some other epoch? While Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, after the epoch is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epoch heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epoch, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epoch heart. That one will be the true master of the new epoch. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epoch heart. However, the epoch hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epoch. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this Immortal Epic Heart to you after I meet you. Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the Immortal Epic Heart. Then, the Immortal Epic Heart slowly flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen carefully put away the Immortal Epic Heart. However, he could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the Immortal Epic to its glory and decline? The entire Immortal Epic's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epoch, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Xiao Chen's confused expression, she explained softly. Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off? Xiao Chen carefully put away the Immortal Epic Heart. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu. He still worried about Xiao Sua, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Xiao Chen needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, I'm afraid not. Why? When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Xiaochen. Then, she walked forward. As Xiaochen watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epoch changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So, there was this immortal burial lake? I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epoch changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, he told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me. As Xiaochen looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into Immortal Burial Lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into Immortal Burial Lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Xiaochen. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Xiaochen. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiaochen. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23:34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiaochen's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiaochen. If Xiaochen could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiaochen asked, Senior, do you know what the mysteries of this Immortal Burial Lake's fortuitous encounter are? If Xiaochen could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There is only death above the lake. The epoch changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death. Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. What will happen to you after I leave? However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiaochen felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived. Xiaochen added, I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake. Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiaochen. You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so? Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiaochen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiaochen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, the fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly. Boom! As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiaochen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiao Chen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiao Chen was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, "Live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake." The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epochs changed, life and death, death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the immortal burial lake was the essence of the change of epochs, the reincarnation great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiao Chen. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epochs changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into immortal burial lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiao Chen expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiao Chen stopped sinking. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiao Chen, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great 1,000 realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epoch ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this immortal burial lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying immortal burial lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looked simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiao Chen circulated the state of cycle, he activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Chen's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire immortal burial lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire immortal burial lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Chen absorbed half of the entire immortal burial lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Chen surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle Great Tao that Xiao Chen could freely drive from now on, this lake water formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epoch would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein sovereign emperor. With a thought, Shao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to three-veined sovereign emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a fourth divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection sovereign emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other three divine veins. Bang! Just as Shao Chen was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Shao Chen absorbed the immortal burial lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Shao Chen's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Shao Chen's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran towards Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Shao Chen's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Shao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then, she fell and went with the wind. Shao Chen landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epoch changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught. Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the three realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Shao Chen somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Shao Chen felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the immortal burial lake abandoned the complicated 7 states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the 7 states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Jianghu's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the immortal palace. This was one of the ultimate grand Daos. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Suo and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Shao Chen had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle, from life to death, and from death to life. Yuanzhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a 5-colored divine stone. Shao Chen fought 1 against 4, Wen Renyu, Dao Yan, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by this saber. Just as the five-color divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jianghu's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The five-color divine stone that Yuanzhen held tightly to struggled free and flew towards Jianghu's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen soon realized that someone was using Jianghu to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the heaven dragon had left in Jianghu's body. Chu Chaoyun. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiao Chen had to pull out the saber. Boom! Xiao Sua, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yan Sangming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the five-color divine stone in Yuanzhen's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the immortal palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No. Xiao Chen. If there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why has the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty immortal palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jianghu's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit, the wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic eye swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Crack. Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Before the immortal palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Chen frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiao Chen felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the five-color divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous 3 divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle Great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the 2 experienced Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The 2 agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Shi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the wings of time. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qin Ming and Yan Sangming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the 3 and kill Jianghu. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuanzhen, and Jin Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiao Chen did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiao Chen kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal immortal palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the immortal epoch could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal immortal palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Ci. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal immortal palace completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal immortal palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack. This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-color divine stone. Without any warning, she appeared above Jiang He and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiaochen had been wondering who was using Jiang He to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the 5-color divine stone that Yuan Zhen grasped could not escape Xiaochen's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiaochen perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva materialized behind him. Jiang He. After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Xiaochen gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, rage immediately appeared on Xiao Suo's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Everyone saw Xiaochen use the inheritance key to open the 5-color divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal immortal palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The 3 of them, along with Shi, fought in 4 directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Xiaochen thought, the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The 2 did not dare to confidently defeat him. One of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. Die. Immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyun. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jiang He floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jiang He's chest as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi divine energy or spiritual energy divine energy, silently entered Jiang He's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jiang He's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The 5-color divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent spacetime power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wenren Yu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Xiaochen walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Xiaochen. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry, and space twisted. Xiaochen's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Xiaochen consumed the entire immortal burial lake, he easily broke through to small perfection sovereign emperor and advanced to four vein sovereign emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pu ci. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the immortal palace without a single one missing? Xiaochen sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-color divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Xiaochen. What shocked Xiaochen was that as the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key. Because Xiaochen's physical body could not endure it, he stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyun, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyun saw Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised Shi was that although the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 23:36. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun came here. There was nothing. When Xiaochen used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-color divine stone, he did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun came here? Even though Xiaochen had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words, Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's merciless mockery. Shi, who was even more incredulous than Xiaochen, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Shi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao Hall. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know where exactly went wrong. Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no faux gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qin Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal immortal palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikongshu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack. Crack. Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no. This space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty immortal palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the five-color divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The immortal palace was gone, the immortal burial lake was gone, and now the wings of time were also gone. Even the mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Jin Yuan and Yan Sangming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Came here? Yan Sangming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Jin Yuan said indifferently, it is still acceptable. Let's go. The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon. However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Jin Yuan paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, that's true, this was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change. Yes. So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. Lord Shi. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Shi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Shi's condition. Shi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, Lord Shi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble. She covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin, who was taking care of Jianghu. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Qin obtained the wings of time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike. Rumble. As she spoke, the space-time secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epic changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. Let's go. After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet. Yes. Before leaving, she gave Xiao Qin a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiao Qin, Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jianghu and the others, only Chu Chaoyun remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyun wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiao Suo's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. Big brother, can he still be saved? Xiao Suo asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiao Qin did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiao Qin remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiao Suo's words. He entered deep thought. Jianghu's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen as he looked at Jianghu. Then, he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jianghu's soul? I can only gamble. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jianghu's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jianghu's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful ethereal immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jianghu's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jianghu's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiao Sua, Lin Feng, and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jianghu absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jianghu's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jianghu. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Xiao Chen could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse. Xiao Sua said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Xiao Chen slung Jianghu over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Tao, and Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Xiao Chen left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Xiao Chen led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Xiao Chen, felt incredibly mystical. They suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chen now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now, it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Xiao Chen said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen looked at the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Chapter 23:37. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yan imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the first prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the first prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the two brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Based on the situation, Xiao Chen was suppressing Wang Yan all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the massacre Great Tao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Tao might, Wang Yan's massacre Great Tao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the 4th prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yan. However, there was nothing he could do. The 9th altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yan's Yan imperial sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yan used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yan with just the sword in his hand. Ninth brother, you still haven't given up? Wang Yan held his Yan imperial sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Suo looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yanhuang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yan for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yan. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Dao foundation far surpassed the fourth prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yan imperial sword could not compare to his opponent's. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The first prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Xiao Chen could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the imperial ancestral temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Xiao Chen felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the imperial palace. Big brother, should we continue watching? Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Let's leave this place first. Xiao Chen and the others thought to themselves, give up. Then, they immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiao Chen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 The instant Xiao Chen appeared in the imperial palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10 odd strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiao Chen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yanwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty immortal palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, the misty immortal palace would have been destroyed. If Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10 odd faux gods. At that time, even if he had the cycle Great Tao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many faux gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's foe gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Shao Chen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Shao Chen handed Jianghu to Xiao Suo and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you. Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. Thank you, Senior Hao Kai. Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Shao Chen. She complained, why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you. Indeed, the competition for the crown prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. I'm not dead, don't worry. Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Shao Chen felt warmth in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Shao Chen understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one's side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Shao Chen suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Shao Chen's hand and asked, what are you doing? There are so many people watching. Cough. Cough. Young Master Shao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard, Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Shao Chen withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Shao Chen saw she with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Shao Chen in a mocking manner. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, who fought to the death with Shi earlier, were together with Shi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Shao Chen ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yan and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Shao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yanwu dynasty gathering so many foe gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between foe gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Shao Chen more were Shi and Yan Sangming. One was the Shuewu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Dao. The other was the underworld god Hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Dao. Now that the first prince was dead, the two of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Shao Chen a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right. The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Shao Chen very worried. Shao Chen got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the divine universe steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Shao Chen, surrounding him. Suddenly, Shao Chen thought of something. He asked, did you see the Yan Emperor appear? As long as the Yan Emperor was around, Shao Chen could swing his Yan Imperial sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yanwu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, His Majesty, the Yan Emperor, has not appeared since the start. The moment Su Yi said that, Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. The fourth prince is going to win. On the light screen, Wang Yan, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, could no longer endure, getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 23:38. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yan, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Hate. If this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the ninth altar to suppress him in terms of the emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might. If Wang Yan could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success. Wang Yan felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Shao Chen and the heavenly book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. I'm sorry to disappoint you. From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Shao Chen and the others, he was filled with guilt. No. Just as Wang Yan closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Shao Chen had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yan, who was about to open it, was stopped by Shao Chen, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yan opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? Ninth brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you. Wang Yun said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yan did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yan insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won? Isn't it? Wang Yan's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His ninth brother, Wang Yan, is only so-so. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then, he opened the brocade pouch that Shao Chen gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yun covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yun shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yun could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yen Imperial sword. Wang Yun wanted to end this battle before Wang Yan absorbed this dragon jade. Shao Chen, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Wang Yan raised his Yen Imperial sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yen Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yen Imperial sword. Soon, Wang Yan's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Yan roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacre Great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pu ci. Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How can it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier, he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Crack. Cracks appeared in the Yen Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the ninth altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yen Imperial sword, Wang Yun was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the ninth prince Wang Yan. All the prince's Yen Imperial swords were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yen Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yen Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yan, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yan held his Yen Imperial sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yan was the crown prince, he would be the next Yen emperor in the future. Wang Yan revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you are the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed Shi smiling mockingly at Wang Yan, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You are still here even now. You are really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. Why should I leave? She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then, he said coldly, Wang Yan, your guests cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yan said with a sullen expression, I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you. She sneered and said indifferently. Whoosh! Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Jianghu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Jianghu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yen Emperor trembled with rage. You, to think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said expressionlessly, the epoch is changing. If we want to continue the Jianghu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Jianghu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that. Senior Feng and the Heavenly Book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Xiaochen looked around and said, that is not all. The Underworld God Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do? Ao Jiao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestors experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. Give me the sword. She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yan, demanding the Yan Imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 2339. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, you two are really my good brothers. Let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yan Imperial sword in my hand. During the succession race, she wielded the demonic Imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor finished speaking, Pen Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. Xiaochen, are you going to save the 9th prince? Indeed. Xiaochen thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Xi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang Yi said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yan would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! 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 Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, that's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Xi to the front. He would not have let these foe gods do so, either. However, a war between foe gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death. Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yanwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners? Swearen Ji said softly, little girl, the Yanwu dynasty is now filled with the foe gods of the various super factions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenren Yu were also taken away by the foe gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor, an 8-veined sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang. Ao Jiao asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. The world out from the Shao into the Buddha Light Mountain. Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you. Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these four seriously at all. Chen. Chen Feng say, Chen, Chen, Shan. Spirit, Mu said. Ji said Ji, Mu, Emperor, Chen, Chen, Mu, hi. This is, the 9th Yan Emperor? He's still alive? It looked like a faux god battle was about to start. The Yanwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. No need. You teach me. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord Shi becomes the new Yan Emperor, everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epoch is about to collapse, and the new epoch is about to crumble. Lord Shi promised us even greater glory." The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Yan from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Yan. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. So. Scram to the side. It was the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot, Abbot Suyi. On the left and right were the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang and Sword God Su Hanshan. Swearen Ji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then, he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark light that pulled in Xiao Chen and the others. Swearen Ji glanced over and said indifferently, "Brat, be more respectful when you speak. I was the one who made a move earlier to fish you out." This completely cut off Wang Yan's thoughts of fleeing with his sword. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha frantically switched between good and evil. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha began to switch between righteous and evil. Xiao Chen could not help saying, "Lord Mu." When the ordinary people inside and outside Yan City saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. When Xiao Chen saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Mu Zifeng. The hundreds of demonic Tao sovereign emperors in the surroundings showed cold gazes as they silently circulated their demonic essence. They drove overwhelming demonic qi, and surging black clouds instantly covered the sky above the imperial palace. Whoosh! Boom! This rather dramatic scene seemed absurd and inconceivable. It seemed to be unexpected, but also beyond reason. Just as the Yanwu dynasty was in a precarious situation, on the verge of leaning toward the demonic Tao Hall, this super faction, which had been hiding its strength and not made a move for many years, finally revealed its fangs. Xi's words had the meaning behind them. Even if everyone in the world wanted to side with the demonic Tao Hall, Wang Yan would absolutely not do so. In that case, since all of you are here, why did you not help the Hidden Spirit Temple? Hao Kai could not help asking. Ao Jiao asked, "Then how did you enter the imperial palace? The people of the demonic hall didn't attack you?" Below the martial arts practice field, many princes were shocked, and they were slightly dazed and unable to stand steadily. TSK, there are really a lot of old farts. Who else is there? Stop hiding. The four of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Bang! Right now, she had probably already swallowed the dynasty's dragon vein. The consequences would be even worse than now. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor showed a grave expression as he flew forward. Then, he said, "Senior Abbot, my royal clan is currently dealing with internal matters. Please leave. The Hidden Spirit Temple no longer has any connection to my Yanwu dynasty." Could it be? Wang Yan, who was on the martial arts practice field, felt a chill in his heart. His expression turned extremely unsightly. This was just his nature. Wang Yan's expression turned sullen, and his hand, which held the Yan imperial sword, trembled endlessly. He looked at Xi and asked, "Is my father still alive? Take out the sword." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He looked at Mu Zifeng and asked, "Is it because I killed the first Prince Wang Fei?" Xiao Chen knew that he had to leave. With a thought, he prepared to take out the divine universe steel. This did not surprise Xiaochen. When he looked back, he frowned heavily. He still felt somewhat worried about Pan Huang. The Imperial Ancestral Temple not only did not stop the demonic Dao Hall's sovereign emperor expert from taking over the Imperial Palace, but it even colluded with him. Even Xiaochen, Hao Kai, and the others all looked at Mu Zifeng in confusion. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the demonic Dao sovereign emperors and the hidden Imperial Ancestral Temple experts, the Yan Imperial Ancestor was a dynasty that had existed for close to 100,000 years. Even though the Yan Imperial Ancestor normally did not show himself, it did not mean that there were no faux god experts. When Xiaochen's vision recovered, he only saw a blurry golden light in the imperial capital Yan City when he looked back. What startled Xiaochen even more was that the person traveling with him was his old rival, Swearen Ji. This enveloped the entire imperial palace in a somber and cold atmosphere, suppressing everyone. Xi's lips curled up in mockery. Are you sure that I will attack you? I won't. She smiled faintly and said, naturally, you will live. However, if you do not cooperate, it will be hard to say whether you will live or not. Don't even think about resisting. The Imperial Ancestral Temple already came to an agreement with my demonic Dao Hall. The flame dragon formation in the Imperial Palace will not be activated. Clang. Since the demonic Dao Hall was confident of making a move under the hidden spirit temple's nose, they definitely had something up their sleeves. 3 old men followed behind this white-haired old man. All the faux god experts of the royal court came out in full force. However, Xiaochen suddenly sensed a strong aura behind him. When he turned around, shock flashed on his face. Xiaochen knew that the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body had both good and evil sides. However, Xiaochen had never expected that the other side would appear before the world one day. However, he could still sense that strong faux god aura. Xiaochen's thoughts raced. He found it strange, but he resisted and did not make a move in the end. Even if Xiaochen did not become the crown prince today, he would still be the first to step forward in such a situation. A white-haired old man stood on the flame dragon, radiating a faint faux god might. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you find it strange to see me? Now is not the time to speak. There will be a huge battle between faux gods soon. Swearen Ji, bring them away first." Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. It was Mu Zifeng. Wang Yan had been rather calm from the start to the end, as he wanted to obtain the hidden spirit temple. No matter what, he would not just sit back and watch the demonic Dao Hall control the Yanwu dynasty. The Yan Emperor had always been under the watch of the Buddhist ancestor, never disappearing. The hidden spirit temple. 3 figures approached from the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, appearing in the sky above the Imperial Palace's drill ground. Swearen Ji, a Heavenly Alliance senior elder, was an incredibly strong faux god expert. You have backbone, but is it useful? Just as Xiaochen felt uncertain, the golden Kasyapa Buddha body turned around again, revealing its benevolent, peaceful, and dignified side. Whoosh! The battle between faux gods is already unavoidable. No matter who wins, the Yanwu dynasty is finished. Unexpectedly, the people that Xiaochen wanted to kill in the final battle were his own people. Mu Zifeng sighed softly. Then, he said in a self-mocking manner, "I am overthinking. The epoch has changed. There is no longer any distinction between the righteous and demonic factions. The super factions might be eager for both sides to fight. It would be best if both sides ended up severely injured, severely damaging their essence." A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the Imperial Palace. 9 flame dragons gathered from different directions. "Ninth brother, just give the Yan Imperial sword to Lord Shi. Don't be rash alone. Don't get us all killed." Wang Yan drew his sword, and the Yan Imperial sword gave off a bright light, radiating the dragon might of a dynasty. A Buddhist light shone, looking very dignified. However, Wang Yan did not dare to say anything. Anyone who dared to step forward would definitely die. Now, Wang Yan finally understood that the demonic Dao Hall's actions had the tacit approval of the royal court's foe gods. The princes who lost the succession race did not want Wang Yan to become the crown prince in the first place. As Wang Yan held the Yan imperial sword, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the sovereign emperor experts in the imperial ancestral temple. When the sovereign emperor experts saw the situation, they started speaking in a strange tone, wanting Shi to hand over the Yan imperial sword. She spread his arms and gently drifted back. However, after thinking about it, there were already signs of this happening. The moment she said that, the various feudal lords' anxious hearts eased somewhat. Whoosh! Chapter 2340. After entering the residence, Shaochen discovered that the Heavenly Alliance doyens and the group of foe god experts were all there. The Old Alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, and Swearen Ji were among them as well. They all looked at Shaochen. After a while, Shaochen figured out what had changed. Whoosh! When Mu Zifeng heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he said, "There is no need." Right after Mu Zifeng spoke, the other doyens agreed. In the end, only Swearen Ji remained silent. "I know you have many questions in your heart. Ask away." Shaochen could not help feeling suspicious. If he started a new epoch in the future, he would not be able to avoid destruction in the end. 3 days later, the alloy battle armor arrived at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Mu Zifeng asked after some thought, "Fate cannot be defied?" Mu Zifeng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Strictly speaking, the martial epoch ended the moment the Black Dragon King broke the World Tree. However, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor suppressed the Black Dragon King back then, not giving him a chance to destroy the world, allowing the martial epoch to survive until now." Mu Zifeng explained, "When an epoch reaches its end, there will always be an existence like the Black Dragon King, bringing the end and destruction. Only with destruction can there be new life. Only then can the epoch cycle never end." "Why?" "Swearen Ji, do you have any objections?" Light and shadow flickered. Shaochen looked into the distance and discovered that aside from the palace, the imperial capital Yen city had turned into rubble. Suyi muttered to herself as she looked at the imperial capital Yen city, still showing disbelief in her eyes. Mu Zifeng thought for a while before saying softly, "Actually, you should address me as Alliance Chief Mu now. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters first." "Why?" "Suyi, let's go." In the earlier exchange of foe gods, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. It could be opened for cultivation only after obtaining the approval of all the doyens and foe god experts. The instant the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body shattered, 2 figures flew out of the Yenwu dynasty's vast territory. Mu Zifeng mocked, "There is no need to care. Who would listen to him now? Does he think that he is still the epic master? Go to the void god realm and die with him? I'm here to ask for your agreement to open the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation so that Shaochen can enter it to cultivate in seclusion." After Mu Zifeng sat down, he looked at Shaochen and smiled softly. The group boarded the alloy warship, all of them silent. My Beauty's Smile Pavilion, the change of epochs and the collapse of order were just the beginning. 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Shaochen was slightly shocked. He only calmed down after a while. "You're the chief of the Heaven Alliance now?" Mu Zifeng stood up and looked at Shaochen, wanting to speak to him alone. Even without the Heavenly Alliance's resources, after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake and the Blue Dragon's treasure trove, he did not need many resources. As the two spoke, the horrifying battle between foe gods had already begun. It was broken. Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. You know very well what kind of person I am. To put it nicely, we are helping each other. To put it bluntly, we are using each other. However, it does not matter. You and I are of use to each other. So, this relationship is unbreakable." After thinking for a while, Shaochen voiced his doubts. Shaochen felt worried. At the same time, he understood that after order collapsed, the foe gods would feel fear. When foe gods panicked, no matter how cruel the scene was, no matter how strong the power was, there was no order to maintain it. There were boundless benefits for a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. Originally, Shaochen planned to deal with this matter after he became the Dragon Emperor. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Shaochen had found it strange long ago. These two were sworn enemies. Why did they suddenly appear at the same time? Previously, Swearenji's attitude toward Mu Zifeng had been overbearing, like fire and water. Mu Zifeng asked with a frown. Shaochen, come with me for a while. All right. Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Alliance will invest all its resources on you to help you ascend to the Dragon Emperor position. However, there is one thing. If you succeed in starting a new epoch, you need to benefit the Heavenly Alliance. I need you to make an oath with your soul. Shaochen mocked, this is really interesting. Without anyone knowing, I helped you become the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. Upon seeing Shaochen agree, joy appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This was especially so when Shaochen mentioned Mu Zifeng's name in the oath. Shaochen asked, feeling confused. He had been thinking of resealing the other party's Black Dragon King after he became the Dragon Emperor. Previously, Shaochen did not have a high status, so he could only cultivate at the waist of the mountain. As Shaochen said, Mu Zifeng had always been a person who prioritized his own benefits. It was just that he would hide it in the past. Now, he did not hide his desire at all, being direct. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. I'm in no rush. Mu Zifeng and Swearenji both felt greatly startled, clearly extremely shocked. Now that order had collapsed, there was no way to restrain foe gods. It was hard to find a truly safe place in the Great Thousand Realms. After Mu Zifeng settled everyone down, he brought Shaochen to Heavenly Divine Mountain alone. Mu Zifeng gave Swearenji some instructions, and a transcendent alloy warship appeared. Then, he called Shaochen and the others over. Earlier, when the many foe gods fought, the number of people who died from the shock waves could no longer be counted in 10,000. Greetings, Alliance Chief. Do you know how the Black Dragon King was sealed back then? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor exhausted the last of the martial epoch's luck before he succeeded. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, the Black Dragon King's appearance was fate. Even without the Black Dragon King, other experts would have appeared and destroyed the martial epoch. Mu Zifeng looked around and said calmly, Shaochen already carved the oath on his soul. If he becomes the epoch master, he will definitely benefit the Heavenly Alliance. As long as everyone's juniors and clansmen remain in the Heavenly Alliance, they will safely survive the epoch change. Of course, that is on the premise that Shaochen truly becomes the epoch master. When Shaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Mu Zifeng to be so direct. When Shaochen heard that, he understood. No wonder these foe gods could only wait for death and still listen to Mu Zifeng's orders. Furthermore, they could obey Mu Zifeng's orders. It turned out that they all had descendants. They all had unresolved concerns and bloodline relatives. What? Shaochen did not continue thinking. He chose to agree. Since the Heavenly Alliance was established, the ancient spirit gathering formation had been established. It had been absorbing the spiritual energy essence of Heavenly Divine Mountain supreme treasures for many years. The battle between foe gods was cruel. The imperial capital Yen City was instantly destroyed. This made Shaochen feel that it was better to have a safe place. Shaochen worried about Pan Huang's safety. His strength was limited, so he could only pray for Pan Huang's safety. The other figure towered into the sky, radiating a terrifying state of death. Everywhere it passed, life force extinguished, materializing the image of an underworld deity. Let's go, one of the doyens said. While Swearenji's words sounded like a question, he was actually threatening Shaochen. How did you end up with Swearenji? The Alliance Chief's residence at the summit of the Heavenly Divine Mountain was previously managed by Hua Tianyang. Now, it was managed by Mu Zifeng. At that time, with the strength of a faux god, Mu Zifeng would be able to kill the people that Xiao Qin cared about. Precisely. Long before the Crown Prince's war, the alliance head had already decided to choose between me and Swearen Ji. Thanks to you, your performance in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb far surpassed Lin Feng's, and I became the new Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. There's no need. I promise you. I swear in Xiao Chen's name that if we start a new epoch one day, I will not forget the Heavenly Alliance and Lord Mu Zifeng's kindness, and I will protect them. There seemed to be a boundless force twisting space and confusing the surroundings, preventing others from seeing what was happening. Alliance Chief, the Holy Lord just sent orders for the leaders and faux god experts of the 5 super factions to head to the faux god world. We will discuss how to deal with the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall. However, once it started, it would immediately descend into madness, chaos, and doomsday. It could only end when the new epoch started. A figure covered the sky with demonic clouds. Everywhere he passed, demonic clouds covered half of the Yanwu dynasty's territory. What was the meaning of the epoch's existence? Suddenly, Xiao Qin said, "Lord Mu, you have changed." These two were the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master and the underworld God Hall's Hall Master, the most horrifying existences among the demonic Dao faux gods. If Xiao Qin was not willing to let go of this grudge, there was no need for Mu Zifeng to worry too much. In any case, he would die. Xiao Qin continued, just like back then, when the immortal Dao collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation was destroyed, and the immortals fell? Coincidentally, Xiao Qin had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Mu Zifeng. After leaving some instructions to Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others, he followed behind Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "You should have noticed that practically all the super factions have a spokesperson. They are betting everything, hoping that their faction's spokesperson will become the new epoch master in the future. Naturally, my Heavenly Alliance cannot continue splitting resources. We have to make a choice between you and Lin Feng." The only thing that Xiao Qin could gain was that the Heavenly Alliance would be a great help in the fight for the Dragon Emperor position. When the Black Dragon King reappears, the martial epoch, which is already at its end, will officially come to an end. At that time, all the faux gods who ignited their divine flame and were too deeply connected to the martial epoch will fall. There is no why. Every epoch ends like this. Then, a new epoch emerges. This is fate. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows as he looked at the other party. He discovered that Mu Zifeng seemed to have changed from before. However, he could not see the situation inside clearly. "Come, I'll bring you to the peak of the Divine Mountain." After the epoch ended, it would be like when the immortals fell back then. All the faux gods would not be able to avoid being buried with the martial epoch. I know where the Black Dragon King's seal is. I can gather faux gods to strengthen the seal. Mu Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he smiled. He has indeed changed. The epoch is changing, and a great calamity is looming. No one knows what the future will be like. Even faux gods feel fear and unease. Since things have reached this point, why do I need to disguise myself? I might as well live freely. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a divine mountain formed from the Heavenly Alliance's boundless resources. Mu Zifeng smiled happily and said, "Good. From now on, you are one of us. What else do you want to know?" "I will definitely tell you everything I know. Everyone keeps talking about the epoch changing. I would like to know when the martial epoch will end." "Yes." Mu Zifeng said after some thought, No wonder the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are so confident, daring to work with the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Dao Hall. It turns out that they already predicted that the Buddhist sect's days are numbered, which is why they are so bold. Even the Alliance Chief did not have the authority to open it. Swearen Ji showed a cold expression as he smiled sinisterly. "What objection can I have?" "Xiao Qin, this old man once had an old grudge with you. Although you repay kindness, you are ruthless and vengeful. You are not a good person either. Let me ask you this, after you become the epoch master, will you let go of this grudge?" I am not begging you. If you are not willing to let go, that is fine. In any case, you are someone who is about to die. I do not have to worry too much. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Mu Zifeng immediately understood that Xiao Chen should have something to rely on. The golden Kasyapa Buddha body, which had existed since the birth of the martial epoch, actually shattered on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Actually, Xiao Chen was somewhat hesitant about whether to agree or not. Chapter 2341. Swear Ji. Are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Swear Ji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Xiao Chen. However, at the last step, Xiao Chen put him on the spot. Swear Ji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Swear Ji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Swear Ji's opinion, Xiao Chen was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Xiao Chen was ruthless and vengeful. However, Xiao Chen's character was rather good. As long as Xiao Chen made a promise, Swear Ji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and doyens to attack Swear Ji together. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Swear Ji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epochs. Even someone as strong as a foe god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Swear Ji would not have bothered with Xiao Chen when foe gods were aloof. However, Swear Ji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-veined sovereign emperor junior with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a foe god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Xiao Chen said calmly, I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives. I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Swear Ji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Swear Ji's little tricks. He said softly, Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain. All right. Whoosh. 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 The doyens and foe god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heaven source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, there is one last thing that I want to remind you of. What? Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The 9 heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the Heavenly Divine Mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside. Xiao Chen turned around and said, in other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out? Mu Zifeng nodded and said, that's right. The purpose of this Heavenly Divine Mountain is to nurture the Epoch Master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. Do the other super factions have similar paradises? Xiao Chen asked. Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is equivalent to being separated from A.O. Jiao, M.O. Chen, and the others for a year. Had I known, would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiaochen pushed open the door and entered the core of the heavenly divine mountain. Whoosh! 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 The Doyan's medallions returned, and Xiaochen vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me. At the same time, in the Universe Origin Sect, Bushan Palace, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the foe god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epoch would crumble soon. If they headed to the foe god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered, and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiaochen's vision cleared up. Then, he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip. Drip. At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiaochen took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiaochen took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiaochen said softly, This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiaochen was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the 3rd layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiaochen still had the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiaochen walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiaochen had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiaochen needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wen Renyu, Qin Ming, Yan Songming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiaochen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiaochen cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiaochen still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiaochen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating, immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Shaoqin. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Sui Renji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Shaoqin doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Shaoqin up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the 9 heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the 9 heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Shaoqin is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought, since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then, we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the 9 heavens origin gathering formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jianghu. He is the heaven dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the dragon emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Shaoqin. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 23:42. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Shaoqin entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's 9 heavens origin gathering formation. Based on the ratio of time in the 9 heavens origin gathering formation, Shaoqin had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying 9-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors in Bushan Palace trembled before him. However, Shaoqin still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. Zifeng, we can't wait anymore. Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epoch changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epoch. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epoch. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, I understand. Get someone to send Jianghu over. Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Jianghu to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal immortal palace, Jianghu had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Shao Chen saved him. Jianghu had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal immortal palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal immortal palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the heaven dragon mysteries. Now, Shao Chen already possessed a true heavenly dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous heavenly dragon owed Jianghu a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji, all carefully sized up Jianghu, nodding to themselves. Shao Chen was very satisfied with Jianghu. Since something unexpected happened to Shao Chen, Jianghu was a good backup. Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me? Jianghu quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shen God, Alliance wants to ask him, King Chen is, you want me to replace Chen? You want Chen, you want me substitute? You want a Divine Emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead? Shao King Chen heaven on one, you heaven on one, on demon you sue you all. Yes. The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a Dragon Emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a Dragon Emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the 9 Heavens Source Gathering Formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jianghu had a deep relationship with Shao Chen, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jianghu's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Shao Chen is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the 9 Heavens Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Shao Chen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jianghu, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance doyens saw Jianghu hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Shao Chen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jianghu was about to speak, the entire Heavenly Divine Mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jianghu and the other doyens. Whoosh. Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then, it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Suiren Ji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jianghu entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh. 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 Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiao Chen. Jianghu's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiao Chen. This is somewhat strange. Sui-Ren-Ji stared at Xiao Chen, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiao Chen's cultivation. Xiao Chen, who appeared before Sui-Ren-Ji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a grey-clad nine-veined sovereign Emperor Doyan immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen without saying a word. When Xiao Chen punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu Ci. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-veined sovereign Emperor Doyan, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-veined sovereign Emperor. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, Sui-Ren-Ji and the other Doyans clearly saw Xiao Chen's cultivation. A bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiao Chen had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiao Chen landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the Doyan who vomited blood. It's not really, the grey-clad Doyan quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiao Chen attacked earlier, the grey-clad Doyan seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epoch. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiao Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted.